Recording in progress.
In young women and young. You guys, it's better. You ready? Got it. Taxation economy is carry rain health of challenges in buying menstrual products, buying a lot basically, and girls and young women. And young women having from gender-based violence, despite the fact that there is much of work that has been done. You cannot wait to see that there is change. You cannot wait to see that a lot of work is being done. Much work has been done. You cannot wait to control the fact that your girls and young women, and we can't wait to fight for our rights. Everything that Ngoye.
I'll look too serious when I become it should be somewhere here. This is how I look too serious when I finally get into those positions. Yes, the future has to be planned for, and I imagine myself speaking English at the UN or somewhere, and and articulating issues of gender-based violence. Can you imagine? Ah, you see the reason why I don't like it.
Ce dont je vais vous parler ce matin, il s'agit en fait de l'exploitation de la femme. On est pas vraiment
every situation.
Enda kuku. I think we're good. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. And could I also ask the AV team to just decrease the music for me, please, just a little bit? All right, delegates, good morning. You're sounding about as dreary as the rain outside. Good morning. No? Are your feelings like the weather outside? Good morning. Thank you. Okay, we're waiting. We're a bit delayed because of the rain, and we're expecting that we'll begin perhaps in the next 20 minutes to half an hour. But there's just a message I'd like to relay to you. This is Irene Onyancha, and you head the Knowledge Fair.
Together with the Ugandan counterpart.
Okay, together with the Ugandan counterparts. You've set up an exhibition where?
Poolside.
Come on. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is to invite you to tell you that we have mounted a knowledge fair and an exhibition at the poolside. Please visit it. You want to know the success stories on the different 5 SDGs that the UN has put together. You also want to see, like our Excellency was talking about, value addition to our natural resources. There is honey, there is what we call mukeka. So please, and many others, the ST, the technology ministry has also mounted a lot. So please come and visit and get to see how we're working towards delivering on the SDGs. We're looking forward to see you there. Thank you.
You see, you did well. So please, it's by the poolside near the gym, is it? So past the flags at the entrance to the left. And that's where we're going to see the exhibitions that demonstrate the successes of the SDGs and what Uganda's doing. Thank you so much. Okay, so now you know, please use your spare moments to go up there as well. And it's sheltered and it's nicely covered, so you can also get some cocktails there as well.
With the principals, so they are invited.
Okay, and you're invited to the opening of that exhibition site later on. What time on Inche? It depends. Okay, we'll figure out the time and let you know. So I just wanted to let you know, exhibition to open up the knowledge fair and demonstrate tangibly how the SDGs are being met in real value add beneficiation terms. It is near the poolside, which is outside the foyer, up the little hill to the left, and you'll be able to find everything there. And it's sheltered as well from the rain. And I saw that there's a restaurant as well for some cocktails, so you can actually go there for a snack. I hope that's okay, and we'll begin in about half an hour. Thank you. distinguished guests and delegates, thank you so much for joining us on this rainy day, a bit of a slow day, but in the interest of time, we think it is important to get on with the program for the second day of the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. As we said, it's going to be a day full of conversation, 2 high-level panels, a few side events, and of course, later on the inauguration of the exhibition site for the Knowledge Fair. But we will share with you the details as the day progresses. But just to open open the second day of the session, I'd like to defer the floor to the first vice chair of the Bureau to join us. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, welcome to the second day of our forum. We are now on agenda item 6, high-level panel 3, follow-up on the outcome documents of a summit for the future in the context of advancing sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based solutions to increase the pace and scale of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Distinguished delegates, the Secretary General convened the Summit of the Future in September 2024 to accelerate the efforts of states to meet their existing international commitments, including the Sustainable Development Goals, and to take tangible steps to respond to emerging challenges and opportunities. At the summit, world leaders adopted the Pact for the Future, which incorporates the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. The objectives of the panel discussion of this morning are firstly, to raise awareness of the outcome documents of the Summit of the Future in the context of advancing African sustainable development priorities. And secondly, to identify specific measures to be taken by governments, entities of the United Nations system, private sector companies, and other non-state actors to translate the outcome documents of the summit into reality, including driving job creation, boosting economic growth, and accelerating implementation of the 2 agendas. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the Director, Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results Division, ECA, Said Adjemobi. Request him to introduce the speakers and panelists and to take up his role as moderator of this panel. This high-level panel will last for 1.5 hours. Mr. Adjemobi, welcome, and now you have the floor. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants, I would like to welcome you to this session on the outcome documents of the Summit of the Future in the context of advancing sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based solutions to increase the pace and scale of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. As the chair introduced, my name is Saida Dejumobi. I work for ECA. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. I would like to introduce to you my panelists for this session. We have two panelists who are online who will be playing their video, and they're people who were actively involved. They're people who were actively involved in the process of the preparation for and the formulation of the Pact for the Future. And that's Mr. Guy Ryder, who is the UN Under-Secretary General for Policy, and also the Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs and head United Nations Youth Office, Mr. Felipe Paullier. They couldn't be with us, but they've sent in their video recordings. Other panelists who are here with us are Mr. Rodney Sikopo, Deputy Permanent Representative, Mission of Namibia to the African Union. Mr. Sikopo, can you kindly come to the floor, please? Mr. Sikopo. Next to him, we have Dr. Albert Mbugiza, the Senior Technical Advisor and Head of Secretariat for the Sustainable Development Goals, Office of the Prime Minister of Uganda. You are most welcome. We also have the Resident Coordinator for Burundi, Ms. Violet Kanyoma. Ms. Violet, can you please come to the floor? We have the President of the Pan-African Youth Union, Mr. Diala Mumuni. Mr. Diala, can you please come to the podium, please? We have the Director for Advocacy and External Engagement at the East African Regional Office of World Vision, Ms. Ruth Koshal. Our discussant for today is also someone who is quite familiar with and has backed up the process of formulating the Pact for the Future. He is the Director for the Pact for the Future Implementation Office in the Executive Office of the Secretary General, Mr. Temba Kalua. And to round up our reflections for today, is the Regional Representative for East Africa and to the African Union, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Marcel Akpovo. Marcel, can you please join us? Let me give you a prelude to our conversation here this morning. At the 75th anniversary of the United Nations in New York, 111 heads of state and government and 14 ministers gathered in New York to make a declaration in support of multilateralism, global solidarity, and sustainable development, focused on 12 action areas. And on that particular occasion, the Secretary General of the United Nations outlined his vision for the future of global development. And on that platform, he presented a report called Our Common Agenda, and a common vision of global cooperation and calling for inclusive and effective multilateralism to tackle humanity's most pressing challenges. Part of the elements of the common agenda is to convey a summit of the future, a summit in which there will be multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow, in response to member states' requests for ideas to address global challenges and opportunities, and for the Secretary General to outline what the future will look like. Consequently, in September last year, the Summit of the Future was convened. And the outcome of that summit is the Pact of the Future and the two annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. I'm pleased to report to you that this continent played a major role in the preparation for the Pact of the Future. as this is something that affects the future generation, we engaged very intensively, mobilizing young people across the continent to be part of the conversation and to make inputs into the preparations for the Summit of the Future. In April 2024, we convened a major meeting together with a major youth organization on the continent, the Pan-African Youth Union, in which we had a regional consultative forum on the Summit of the Future. And of course, the young people came up with a declaration, the African Youth Declaration on the Summit of the Future. That declaration constituted a very major input into the deliberations of the summit and the formulation of the Pact for the Future. As a follow-up, there was a major side event that took place in New York during the Summit of the Future, in which African youth made their voices known. And the theme of that side event was Our World, Our Future, African Youth and the Summit of the Future. So it is incumbent on us that we make a follow-up on the key recommendations of the Pact of the Future. And my panelists here today are people who are very knowledgeable, who have been part of the process, and who can contribute to the conversation of today. We've got diverse panelists, team of panelists. We have government officials here, we have our RC here, we've got civil society, we've got representative of youth organization. So we have a diverse team that can really respond to the theme of today. We'll kick off our conversation for today. I would like to ask the Deputy Permanent Representative of Namibia to the African Union, Mr. Rodney Sikopo, to kick off our conversation. And I would like to ask him to call action from the summit that practice peace, security, and overall enable development in Africa. Bearing in mind the fact that Namibia was one of the conveners of the Summit of the Future. Namibia and Germany played a major role in that regard. Sorry, I think before we move on to that, I would like us to listen to the video of Mr. Guy Ryder, who is the Deputy Secretary General, Under Secretary General in the office in charge of policy formulation in the United Nations. Can we have the video of Mr. Guy Ryder, please?
Honourable Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to speak to you today. I would have much preferred to be there in person as I was last year, but I'm grateful for this opportunity. World leaders gathered at the Summit of the Future in September of last year and adopted by consensus the Pact for the Future and its annexes, Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. And it was Africa that made the adoption of the Pact possible. The ambassadors of Namibia and of Zambia provided crucial leadership in the negotiating process. The Cameroonian president of the General Assembly demonstrated all of his political skills to bring down the gavel for adoption. And at the moment of truth, it was the African group that intervened decisively to seal the deal. The Pact and its annexes constitute the most important international agreement in many years. It includes the most detailed agreement at the UN on the need to reform the international financial architecture, the most progressive and concrete commitment to Security Council reform since the 1960s, the clearest commitment to avoid weaponization and misuse of new technologies, the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation and governance of artificial intelligence, first agreement to strengthen international frameworks that govern outer space, a commitment to more meaningful youth participation in public institutional decision-making, concrete steps to take account of the interests of future generations as we take decisions today, and comprehensive commitments on transforming global governance. And very importantly, the Pact and its annexes contain the vision and the tools to turbocharge the 2030 agenda. And they are fully aligned with the African Union's Agenda 2063. This is reflected in its call for strengthening governance structures on peace and security, enhancing the complementarity of regional organizations and the UN, and on accelerating the SDGs. And let me also recognize the PAC's relevance to the African Continental Free Trade Area, which plays such a crucial role in boosting inter-African trade, enhancing economic integration, and fostering sustainable development across the continent. Its objectives align seamlessly with the PAC's call to promote export-led growth and to make the multilateral trading system more equitable, with the World Trade Organization at its core. The successful implementation of both the African Continental Free Trade Area and of the Pact will significantly contribute to the structural economic transformation and the diversification of developing countries, especially in Africa. Importantly, we should acknowledge the role played by civil society. Negotiations of the Pact were enriched by the inputs of thousands of stakeholders from around the world, and the United Nations Civil Society Conference, which was held in Nairobi in May of 2024, brought together over 2,000 representatives of over 1,400 organizations of 115 nationalities, with 73% of the participants from Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the implementation stage, the Secretary General again counts on the African continent to lead in promoting and supporting the Pact. Its adoption was not an end point, because the urgent task now is to act on the vision of the Pact and to translate it into real impact on the lives of people everywhere. Now, much of the responsibility for Pact implementation lies with member states. Many of the actions in Pact provide guidance and momentum for further work at intergovernmental level, such as at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in June, the 2nd World Social Summit in November, and of course, COP30. All of these are crucial opportunities to build on Pact commitments. I want to call on the African group to speak again with one voice, to keep up the ambition and aim for concrete progress through all of these important processes. In addition, the Pact contains direct requests and tasks for the Secretary General and for the UN system to implement. On the part of the United Nations, the Secretary General has made clear that Pact implementation is a strategic priority. 6 months after the summit, the United Nations has made important progress. On the SDGs, the resident coordinators and country teams continue their work to accelerate progress at the national level, aligned with host government priorities. The United Nations is analyzing the impact of military expenditure on the SDGs. An expert group to develop measures of progress that go beyond gross domestic product will be announced soon by the Secretary General, while another is already working at identifying practical and achievable steps for action on debt for consideration at the Financing for Development Conference. On peace and security, a report has been issued on peace building, which includes concrete proposals to strengthen the Peace Building Commission and a fund. A study on the positive contribution of young people to peace processes is being prepared. The review of all forms of peace operations is ongoing to adapt to today's realities. And we will continue to strengthen capacities on preventive diplomacy. On digital and artificial intelligence, UN agencies are working towards the objectives of closing digital divides and improving data governance. The Secretary General will soon present a report on innovative voluntary financial options for AI capacity building, an initiative which is aligned with the African Digital Compact. And the UN is supporting intergovernmental discussion on the establishment of an independent international scientific panel and a global dialogue on AI governance. On youth, discussions have been initiated on a global youth investment platform and on core principles for meaningful youth participation. And on future generations, the United Nations now has a strategic foresight network and community of practice. And later this year, the Secretary General intends to appoint a special envoy for future generations to scale up these efforts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the UN is turning 80 under challenging circumstances, but we also know that it is precisely these circumstances that make multilateralism more important than ever. It's going to require extraordinary efforts to keep our system working for the peoples of the world. The Pact for the Future is a precious tool in our hands to overcome the challenges that we all face. We must have the courage and the commitment to use it to its full potential. So let us work together with determination and dedication to act on the vision of the Pact and make our aspirations a reality for the benefit of all in present and in future generations. I thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guy Ryder. Can we give him another round of applause, please, even in absentia? I think the key message from him is that the implementation of the pact is a strategic priority, and it's a pact that is to turbocharge the acceleration of the implementation of Agenda 2030. You also underscored the complementarity between Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. For us to revive multilateralism, for us to strengthen global solidarity, and for us to accelerate the process of implementing Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 on the African continent, the pact is an imperative necessity. We move on to the next video presentation, which is by Mr. Felipe Paullier, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs and head United Nations Youth Office in New York. Can we have the video of Felipe, please?
Dear colleagues, my name is Felipe Paullier, and I serve as the United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, leading the newly established United Nations Youth Office that was created by a mandate of the General Assembly to advance youth issues across the UN system. I'm honored to join you virtually for this important discussion on translating the outcomes of the Summit of the Future into meaningful action, particularly in the African context. At the summit last September, world leaders made a collective promise through the Pact for the Future, a bold, inclusive vision grounded in intergenerational solidarity, justice, and sustainability. The Pact reaffirmed commitments to the 2030 Agenda and Africa's Agenda 2063, placing young people at the heart of both. As we gather here in Kampala for the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, the message is clear. It is time to move from commitment to action with urgency, ambition, and innovation. The outcomes of the summit underscore the importance of closing the SDG financing gap, of leveraging digital transformation and data, of supporting national and local leadership, including through the UN resident coordinator systems, and most critically, to expand and deepen the meaningful participation of young people in decision-making. The mandate of the United Nations Youth Office is rooted in this ambition to ensure that youth are not only heard, but empowered as co-leaders and change makers across peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. With over 70% of sub-Saharan Africa population under the age of 30, Africa is home to the world's youngest population. This is where transformation must begin, and where its success will be most deeply felt. Let me highlight 3 strategic areas where the United Nations Youth Office is contributing to accelerating the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. First, contributing to the implementation of the Pact for the Future. The UN Youth Office plays an active role in the Secretary General's follow-up to the Pact, including through our leadership of the Working Group on Youth. We are focused on establishing a global youth investment platform to unlock and to coordinate funding for youth-led solutions. We are supporting the revitalization of the UN Youth Fund to strengthen youth participation in intergovernmental processes. We are developing core principles for meaningful youth participation to be mainstreamed in policy and decision-making at all levels. We are designing a UN-wide youth marker to track youth-related investments across the UN system and funding mechanisms. These efforts respond directly to the Pact's call for more inclusive, accountable, and forward-looking systems that position young people as key stakeholders in shaping the future. Secondly, we are accelerating the implementation of Youth 2030, the United Nations system-wide youth strategy. As we transition into phase 2 of Youth 2030, we are working with UN entities and UN country teams to support member states in scaling up system-wide impact across 6 priority areas: empowering and engaging youth in public policy making and governance, boosting SDG implementation with and for youth, strengthening knowledge and capacity using data and evidence to inform youth-responsive policy, unlocking resources for youth investment through coordinated internal and external financing and resource mobilization, rejuvenating the UN workforce, ensuring it is fit for the future, inclusive of young professionals and reflective of intergenerational equity, and strengthening accountability mechanisms, including at senior leadership levels, to ensure delivery with and for youth across the UN system. Thirdly, as the UN Youth Office, we are leveraging the UN Youth Compass to strengthen youth leadership in multilateralism. The UN Youth Compass is our flagship initiative to advance youth leadership in global decision-making and to close long-standing participation gaps. The Compass offers a structured platform to elevate youth leadership across the UN's 3 pillars: peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. By bridging national and global policymaking, enhancing youth visibility, and anchoring their participation in decision-making at every level in support of the Pact for the Future implementation. Dear colleagues, Africa's young people are not waiting. They are already innovating, organizing, building, and leading across all of the pillars of the United Nations work. What they ask of us is simple. They are asking us to be bold enough to match their ambition, to provide the space, the resources, and the trust to let them lead. Together with the Pact for the Future as our compass and the energy of Africans' youth as our engine, we can and we must accelerate the implementation of both the 2030 Agenda and the Agenda 2023. The UN Youth Office looks forward to working with you to co-create a future that is just, inclusive, and youth-powered in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the UN Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs and head of the United Nations Youth Office in New York, Felipe. We are indeed very grateful. I think it's underscored 2 very important points. First is that we must move from commitment to action, and we must do so with urgency, ambition, speed, and scale. And secondly, young people must be at the heart and the driving seat in the implementation of the Pact for the Future and also the Global Digital Compact and Declaration on Future Generations. We move on to the panelists who are here today. And our first panelist will be Mr. Rodney Sikopo, Deputy Permanent Representative of Namibia to the African Union. And the question goes thus. You have only 3 minutes, so be very brief and concise. What are the main commitments and calls for action from the summit and the pact that are pertinent to African priorities, promoting socioeconomic transformation, peace, security, and overall sustainable development? You have the floor, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address this distinguished panel of coordinated with Germany for the Summit of Future. I thank the Nations Committee for Africa in its ongoing leadership in promoting sustainable development. As we know, as we are aware, the Summit of the Future, held in September 2024, resulted in adoption of the Pact for the Future, a forward-looking political declaration aimed at revigorating multilateralism and strengthening global cooperation to address complex challenges. Many of the commitments and calls for action in the Pact are highly relevant to African priorities, especially regarding socioeconomic transformation, peace and security, and sustainable development. On socioeconomic transformation, there's a need for the reform of global financial architecture. Africa has long called for debt restructuring, affordable finance, and equitable access to development resources. The Pact supports these demands by calling for more inclusive and responsive financing mechanisms. We also have investing in education and skills and jobs. These are aligned with Africa's youth dividends and strategies under Agenda 2063, such as Continental Education Strategy for Africa, on technology and innovation for development. Africa's digital transformation is essential. The Pact supports greater investment in infrastructure, digital literacy, and technology. Another important vector is peace and security. This aligns with Silencing the Guns initiative and African Union Peace and Security Architecture, APSA. The Pact reaffirms the need for sustainable financing for EU-led operations. On responsible governance of emerging technologies in conflict, African stakeholders have called for frameworks to prevent the misuse of new technologies in fragile settings and promote African-led conflict prevention mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, on sustainable development and climate action, Africa is among the most off-track regions. The Pact's commitment to data-driven, inclusive, and well-financed implementation is essential to closing the SDGs gap. On climate action and environmental protection, aligns with Africa's call for climate justice, loss and climate financing, and technology transfer under the African Policy Framework. Global governance and reform and multilateral equity, which is very important, which calls for UN reform and global representation. Africa continues to demand permanent representation and greater decision-making power in global governance structures, consistent with the African position on UN reform, which is a Lusini consensus. On integration, intergenerational equity and youth empowerment, which is protecting our future generations. Africa, with a youthful population, advocates for investments that safeguard both current and future generations, including the African Union Youth Charter and related initiatives. In summary, the Pact for the Future supports Africa's full continent's development challenges and elevates the importance of peace building and resilience. It embraces technology, education, and inclusion as central to transformation. Namibia and other African member states now have an opportunity to translate these global commitments into regional and national action. especially through mechanisms like the Dialogue Group and African Union implementation frameworks. I thank you.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? He underscored about 5 major points: reform of the global financial architecture, the necessity of investment in education for socioeconomic transformation, the imperative of peace and security, and here emphasis on the African peace and security architecture of the African Union, the issue of climate justice, global governance, and intergenerational youth engagement. We'll move on to the next panelist, which is Dr. Albert Bugisha, the Senior Technical Advisor and Head of Secretariat for the SDGs in the Office of the Prime Minister of Uganda. And the question goes thus: what are the steps and actions that the government of Uganda has been taking since the pact was formulated in September 2024 in implementing the key recommendations for the Pact of the Future and its annexes, with a view to promote job creation, boosting economic growth, and accelerating the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030? What specific steps have your government been taking there again? Not the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Following the Pact of the Future adoption in September last year, the government of Uganda in December last year convened a multi-stakeholder workshop for unpacking the contents of the Pact for the Future. And this workshop composed of key stakeholders involving the UN agencies, the academia, the youth, CSOs, government of Uganda departments. And we spent 3 days trying to understand the Pact of the Future. It's a big document with 2 annexes. And during the 2 days, we unpacked the document and came up with 5 key priorities, which we put in the framework. The first priority was on leadership and advocacy. And as you are aware, Uganda is the chair of NAM and G77. And during that time, Uganda played a very critical role in the development of the Pact for the Future. And in the speech of the Secretary General, he commended the government of Uganda and His Excellency President Museveni for the stronger leadership he put in and the efforts in the development of the same. So Uganda plays a very big role in that one there. So for the case, the second one is alignment with our national development plans. We have Vision 2040, which is implemented the series of 5 development plans. We are now in the 3rd development plan, which runs from 2021 to 2025. And we are developing the plan 4, which should be starting in July this year and ends in 2029 June. But alongside our national development plan, we work closely with the UN agencies, UN country team. They also have a UN SDG country framework, which runs from 21 to 2025. And they are developing one for the next 5 years from 26 to 2030. And this is to make sure that the 2 documents contain the Pact of the Future, which should be emphasizing inclusive governance, sustainable financing, digital transformation, climate resilience, and future generation. Then the 3rd one is the promotion of green growth and sustainable development. And this one here, Uganda is implementing growth development strategy, which is focusing on climate smart agriculture, renewable energy, planned green cities, and sustainable transport. The 4th area in the framework is engagement with the Global Digital Compact. And Uganda is working to promote digital inclusion, data governance, and cyber security. And the fifth area in the framework is safeguarding the rights of future generations. So as a follow-up to that framework, we have 5 key areas that we are working on to make sure that the Pact of the Future is implemented fully in the next 5 years. The first one is the development of implementation roadmap. We already have an SDG roadmap, which ends June 2025, and we are going to develop one that will include all of the other areas I've talked about, Pact for the Future. The second key step we are taking is integrating the pacts of the future components into our National Development Plan 4. As I told you, National Development Plan 4 has been developed, but we are developing now results framework. So we must make sure that the other 5 key areas of the Pact for the Future are included in the results framework. And our National Development Plan 4 is 100% now aligned with national SDGs, so which means the Pact of the Future should be inclusive. And as we are doing it, also the UN country team, they are finalizing their UN SDG country framework, which will be running from 26 to 2030. So both government, UN, etc. must make sure that all the other components of the pact are fully aligned. Then the third one is the establishing monitoring and accountability mechanism. The fourth one is enhancing partnership with key stakeholders, and these include the youth, CSOs, academia, and local governments, among others, to make sure that they participate in all of the processes of developing the framework. Then the last one is having regional reviews and SDG tracking, progress tracking. Uganda conducts national conference on SDGs every year. We have done, actually this should have happened next month, but we combined it with this one here. So this is the first one now. So every year up to 2030, the country will be conducting national SDG conference. So we shall make sure that the report that will inform the conference contains 100% Pacts of the Future. Should be assessment on the same, and therefore we'll be able to track it and have it. So those are the 5 areas which are in the framework and the 5 steps we are taking to implement Pacts of the Future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? Well, I'd like to commend the efforts that Uganda has been making in this regard, and also to admonish our member states to take the same steps in terms of making sure that they begin the implementation of the pact. In the interest of time, we'll move on to the next panelist, which is the resident coordinator for Burundi, Ms. Violet Kanyana. And the question for her is, given the emphasis on intergenerational justice in the Declaration on Future Generations, how can the resident coordinator system support national governments in the prioritization of policies that protects the interest of future generations and empower young people in accelerating the realization of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. The resident coordinator system and UN country teams, for that matter, are very uniquely positioned to support governments to make sure that the interests of future generations are taken care of as governments go about their work of meeting the needs of current generations. And I will just cite a few examples here. One of the important ways in which this support can be extended is through the support we give for national planning processes and policy formulation. These policies mainstream long-term sustainability goals and to make sure that they are linked to both Agenda 2030, our global agenda, and Agenda 2063. In most countries, if I don't say all, the UN system has this privileged position of supporting the national planning and national visioning processes. And I think that is a very important opportunity. And this is support that is consistently given. Going along with that is the support we give for national capacities to conduct foresight exercises, intergenerational impact assessments, and long-term policy planning, and to make sure that these very carefully take into account the interests of future generations, of course, also considering the different contexts of the countries in which we work. And if you'll allow me to cite an example from in the country where I'm privileged to serve, which is Burundi, the UN has supported Burundi's visioning exercise, where Burundi has prepared Burundi Vision 2040-2060, where Burundi will be an emerging country by 2040 and a developed country by 2060, as well as its current national development plan. Along with this, the UN supports the National Office for Strategic Studies, which is responsible for most of the forecasting and planning exercises. Another example that I would like to cite where this kind of support is extended is the promotion of evidence-based planning and providing support to enable countries to adequately leverage data and statistics. As you'll agree with me, if we are going to adequately take into account the interests of future generations, we have to have evidence-based planning. We have to have statistics that show us what is working and what is not. An example in Burundi is that we have just supported a very successful exercise of the 2024 National Population, Housing and Agriculture and Livestock Census, the first digital census in Burundi, where the UN brought partners together to support the exercise. And in general, we work very well with the country to strengthen statistics and data systems. We also do a lot of work with the government and other national stakeholders to support youth participation and leadership, and also make sure that these mechanisms, I don't know what to institutionalize, that they become common practice. For example, the intergenerational dialogue and exchanges that we had in the lead up to the summit, to make sure that these processes are used for all other exercises and that youth come together with all the generations and the different groups of young people to make sure that their contribution is brought to bear. We have also been working with Burundi to support innovation for and by youth, to promote investments in youth-led innovation, digital technology, and other sectors as part of national sustainable development processes. In Burundi, this is particularly in the areas of green economy, supporting young entrepreneurs, as well as youth-led tourism in support of public-private partnerships. Another important area on which we are as part of the UN resident coordinator and system is to help countries address the challenges of climate change, which is one of the biggest challenges of our time. And in Burundi, we are supporting the country for adaptation and mitigation, including the formulation of nationally determined contributions. One of the things that we are working on and we have been discussing while we have been at this forum is how to support Burundi in lakeshore management. The flooding of Lake Tanganyika is a big challenge. And if we are going to be able to ensure that future generations do not suffer from this, we are trying to ensure that Burundi can also benefit from the successful initiatives of lakeshore management around Lake Victoria. And on this, we hope to work with Uganda and other countries that have been implementing these initiatives, and also working with regional organizations to make sure that we minimize the impact this has on the future generations. You will also agree with me that if we are to make sure that the interests of future generations are taken care of, we have to address the peace component. We are supporting Burundi to ensure that we build a strong foundation so that the grandchildren and great-grandchildren live in an environment where conflicts are resolved through peaceful mechanisms. And for that, we have supported Burundi to formulate the national strategy for youth, peace, and security to ensure that the young people, who are a big proportion of the population, actors in the peace process. And we also have projects from the Peace Building Fund to help the young people to be actively involved so that the culture of peaceful conflict resolution and also taking into account the past of the country, that there is dialogue among young people and that these values of peaceful conflict resolution can be kept for future generations. Lastly, this support of the resident coordinator system and UN country teams is provided through UN cooperation frameworks, but not only through the UN cooperation frameworks, given the convening role that the UN resident coordinator system has. The UN plays a key role in bringing national stakeholders together to make sure that nobody is left behind, and most importantly, to make sure that young people are involved in the dialogue for policy making. We also make sure that we bring the contribution of the different parts of the UN system to bear in what countries are doing, and we bring partners together to make sure that the investments in future generations are supported fully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Resident Coordinator Violet. I take away three major points from your intervention. One is mainstreaming the interest of young people in national planning and vision plan of Burundi through evidence-based planning. And of course, your support in promoting intergenerational dialogue in Burundi. And I think associated with that is also the issue of conflict resolution, in which you are supporting Burundi, or you've supported Burundi to develop the national strategy for youth, peace, and security, and the process of implementation. And also, finally, in terms of inclusive stakeholder participation in the development process. Can we give another round of applause, please? We move on to the youth constituency. The youth constituency, and that's the president of the Pan-African Youth Union, Diala. Diala, the PYU, your organization, worked with ECA, the African Union Commission, the UNDP, and the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa in amplifying African youth voices towards the Summit of the Future in September 2024. What role do you see of your organization, the PYU, in mobilizing African youth and influencing regional and national policies in realizing the Pact for the Future and its annexes, and also with a view to driving job creation, boosting economic growth, and accelerating the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030? Mr. Diallo, you have the floor, please. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Said. Allow me to do my speech in French. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I believe that the question you asked is in regards to the role of the African Youth Parliament. I am Diala. I'm the chairperson of the Parliament. I'm from Burkina Faso. The Pan-African Youth Union is an organization that represents African youth, established in 1962. At the time, it was called the Pan-African Youth Movement, and then it became later on the Union, following the executive committee of the movement in 2003, which was approved at the time of the African Youth Charter by heads of state in 2006. The Pan-African Youth Union builds on national youth councils at country level in terms of mobilization and involvement of youth in the development and implementation of agendas and youth policies. And the Pan-African Youth Union has therefore played a key role in the implementation of the Pact for the Future. Actually, before the adoption of that pact, as the moderator was saying, the union, with a number of partners, had a side event after which proposals were made to propel the voice of young people in the drafting of that pact. So when you read the pact, you will see that there is a particular focus on youth issues. And as a representative or as an organization that represents African youth, it's important for the union to play three roles in the implementation of the pact for the future. The first role is the role of dissemination of that pact. As you know, no one should not know the law, but if people don't know about the law, they will ignore it. So this pact is supposed to be known by states, international organizations, civil society, youth. So that pact should be disseminated, and the most appropriate actors to popularize that pact, it's the youth. So the Pan-African Union play a key role for the popularization of that pact, not just at macro level, but also at devolved level within countries through national youth councils and organizations representing young people. That's the first role that we believe we have to play, essentially. The second role is the role of information sensitization and mobilization for the implementation of the pact. And just like any instrument or development agenda, populations, civil society, young people will need to be informed, sensitized, and mobilized around that pact in order to ensure its implementation. Because for us, the youth has to play a dominant role to enable various actors to play their role so that we may be able to have a pact that will enable various countries to go forward and allow young people to be able to progress and improve their lives. The third role, or the last role, is the advocacy role. As you know very well, the pact has to be implemented, and young people should not be mere beneficiaries. They should obviously be beneficiaries, but also they should be implementation actors. So on this, the union is going to play an advocacy role, not just vis-a-vis states, governments, to position young people in the implementation of this pact, but also beyond the governing bodies. The union will also carry out very important advocacy and sensitization within international bodies and organizations so that young people can be considered as or included as key actors of the implementation of the pact. And for this, obviously, you will see that there is emphasis placed on education and training activities and also job creation for young people. And for this, we believe that it's obvious, this should be obvious actually, because today if we don't have quality training, we won't have young people who will be able to have young people who have jobs, and it will be therefore very difficult to have a stable continent. I would like to end with this affirmation. If we were asked the question to know what should we do to have sustainable peace. I can say confidently that we have to invest in the youth. And if I was also asked the question, what we can do to create wealth, I will say confidently that we have to invest in the youth. And if I'm also asked again how to develop African countries, I will also answer affirmatively that we have to invest in the youth. Therefore, the youth is the future, and the future is prepared today. So if we invest in the youth today, we will have a bright future for all, especially in terms of the stability of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diala. If you want peace and security, invest in the youth. If you want sustainable development, invest in the youth. The youth is the solution to Africa's development challenges. Once again, thank you very much. We'll move on to the next panelist, who will be giving us a civil society perspective to our conversation this morning. Ms. Ruth Kushayal, Director for Advocacy and External Engagement, East Africa Regional Office of World Vision. And your question is this: how do you see the role of civil society and perhaps also the private sector in the implementation of the key recommendations of the Pact for the Future and its annexes, especially as it relates to job creation, economic growth, and youth innovation in Africa? You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be here to share about the role of civil society in the Pact for the Future. I'd like to refer to the first speaker, which we watched on the video, about the UN Civil Society Conference that was held in Nairobi in May last year. Civil society organizations, including World Vision, were instrumental in putting together our recommendations. And we saw those recommendations reflected in the Pact for the Future once we had the meeting in September. Now, there were several recommendations that came out, and I'd like to touch on some that the civil society has been working on together. As a child-focused organization, World Vision is in 27 countries across Africa. So we look at the Pact for the Future, the SDGs, but also Agenda 2063. In the area of good health and well-being, World Vision has been instrumental in working together with governments, local civil society, and also the private sector to ensure investment in maternal and child health services, including skilled birth attendants and also community health workers. Actually, this evening, there will be a side event focusing on community health workers, where World Vision, UNICEF, including the Ministry of Health, will be coming together and sharing more about the work we have been doing together. The Pact for the Future also complements SDG 5 because it talks about gender equality. And the civil society organizations have come together looking at how can we protect children. In terms of child protection, for example, we have been addressing ending child marriage, ending FGM, ending physical violence. And this has been a campaign that World Vision has had. It was called It Takes a World to End Violence Against Children. And as civil society, we work at the community level, at the regional level, at the national level, to bring together our recommendations on how to protect children. And we are really excited that various laws, policies, national strategies have been put together by governments as we work together to ensure the protection of children. However, as my colleague said from the youth, we raise awareness on the importance of listening to children. Yes, it's important to listen to youth and young people It's also important to prepare for future generations, which is in the pact. But the voice of children is very key. And children always tell us, nothing about us without us. And I'm very pleased that the organizers, even for this summit and this forum, has had a pre-event for children, with children. Zero Hunger, SDG 2. Civil society organizations have been working on strengthening health systems and the community health workforce, especially essential nutrition actions. Because when we talk about zero hunger and addressing malnutrition, we have been looking at how do we reduce stunting, wasting, and even obesity, which is the triple threat of malnutrition. But we have also been looking at ensuring there are clear nutrition targets and strengthening health systems. For example, as civil society, we came together and we have been very active in the Nutrition for Growth Summit prior, where we had national dialogues. And civil society organizations, including faith-based actors, were telling us on the importance of ensuring that we have nutritious food, including school meals at the community level. What about decent work and economic growth? It's important to expand financial inclusion for women through microfinance. And World Vision has a microfinance institution which we partner with very closely, and it's called Vision Fund. And I know in part of your question, you're asking, how do we partner with the private sector? So Vision Fund is able to provide loans to families, to women, so that they can invest in their children's education, as well as their children's health and other services. I like what my colleague said from the youth in terms of job creation. And I also want to reiterate the importance that civil society has played in creating decent jobs to reduce poverty. And this we have also done through Vision Fund and working with the private sector, governments, and local civil society. I just really would like to stress that each of the 27 countries where World Vision has a presence, we work with the NGO fora, we work with the child rights fora, so that the voice that we have is amplified through them. In closing, I just want to share the commitments that were made in the Pact for the Future, which we are really working on together. One was emphasis on investing in child well-being, education, health, and protection. And this is what civil society is doing with the governments in the lead. The other one was promoting social and economic development, which is part of this conference. Universal health coverage, as well as quality education and lifelong learning. As we talk about, for example, school meals, it has to also have education outcomes. Protection from violence, which I have talked about, hunger and food insecurity, and the Enough campaign that World Vision is leading on to end child hunger and to boost nutrition for children really addresses the need even in polycrisis, where we look at the drivers of food insecurity. There's also a section on protecting children in situations of armed conflict, as well as humanitarian action. So through this, civil society has worked to advocate on policy change and implementation, partnering with the private sector, and might I also add foundations, UN agencies. We also report on progress and localization. I know this is a buzzword right now, but through working with civil society, the Pact for the Future can be localized. So thank you very much. And this is how we have been working together as civil society and the private sector?
Thank you very much, Ms. Ruth. Our discussant for today is Mr. Temba Kalua. He is the director for the Pact for the Future Implementation Office. He is an action owner on the Pact. He will have to now share with us on what partnerships and support do we need to enable the various stakeholders to give effect to the Pact and its annexes with a view to driving job creation, boosting economic growth, and accelerating implementation of the two agendas. He's someone who is very, very familiar and has worked on the continent for a long time. So, Temba, you have the floor, your reflections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to begin by acknowledging the insightful interventions from the distinguished panelists in front together with me. As you have heard, the implementation of the Pact for the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, is advancing, including through the various intergovernmental processes, which of course have become more challenging, particularly in the face of deepening geopolitical divisions. And here, Africa has an important role to play to ensure that Africa speaks with one voice in advancing the commitments that are in the Pact, and by extension, given the alignment between what is in the Pact and Africa's Agenda 2063, we will also be advancing Africa's aspirations. Meanwhile, the actions mandated to the UN Secretary General and the UN system are progressing, including through the architecture established by the Secretary General, which he himself directly oversees and proactively engages with. But for the Pact for the Future to truly deliver transformative change, implementation must happen at the country level. And this is where I would like to focus on my reflections on partnerships, Mr. Moderator. But before I do so, let's pause to ask, what would successful implementation of the Pact for the Future mean for Africa? There are, of course, many transformative impacts, but in the interest of time, allow me to focus only on three. First, it would mean Africa would have a seat in the Security Council and would have a stronger voice in global peace and security decisions. The Pact commits to redressing the historical underrepresentation of Africa in the Security Council. Number two, we would see more accelerated progress towards the SDGs across the continent. The Pact commits to turbocharging SDG implementation. It has a strong focus on means of implementation and closing the SDG financing gap. And because the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 are closely aligned, progress on the SDGs also means progress on Africa's own development vision. Third, it would mean more sustainable debt solutions for Africa. Yesterday, there was a lot of discussion around debt, and commitments in the Pact on reforming the international financial architecture could pave way for debt restructuring, debt relief, and more equitable access to financing, freeing up vital resources from the national budgets for inclusive growth, job creation, and sustainable development. But to realize these gains, partnerships are essential. And in Action 5 of the Pact, member states made this clear, and I quote, "We will strengthen partnerships to deliver on existing commitments and address new and emerging challenges. To do this, we need partnerships with regional organizations. Regional solidarity is vital to building collective solutions to complex and transboundary challenges. We are working with the Regional Commission's New York office, ECA, and other regional economic commissions in advancing partnerships at the regional level. We need partnerships with the private sector. We need private sector engagement. Beyond investment and innovation, the private sector has a vital role in generating decent jobs and driving inclusive growth. We need civil society, as we've just heard from one of our distinguished panelists, to continue to play its critical role in advocacy, in accountability, and in ensuring that we leave no one behind. The pact also calls for the deepening of UN's engagement with national parliamentarians. And it is encouraging to see that here in this forum, we have several parliamentarians represented. And I want to thank the organizers for bringing them here, as they play a very key role in translating these global ambitions into national legislation. And finally, we need to bring in everyone. So here we need donors, we need foundations, we need international financial institutions, we need the academia, youth, local governments, and more. Let me close with this, Mr. Moderator. The adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annexes was a landmark achievement, particularly against the backdrop of today's polarized geopolitical landscape. Since its adoption just 6 months ago, the world has dramatically changed in very profound ways, both presenting challenges but also opportunities for the implementation of the pact. We must remain vigilant to what the Secretary General has warned as the dilution of the pact's ambition. At the same time, we must recognize that the pact is one of the most powerful tools at our disposal for navigating these turbulent times and for renewing and reinforcing multilateralism. The Secretary General has made clear that the implementation of the pact is a strategic priority for the United Nations, and he is counting on Africa's continued leadership to make it a reality. He has established the office that I lead in his office, in the office of the Executive Office of the Secretary General, and we look forward to working with all of you in the implementation of the pact. Thank you for your attention.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, Themba. I really like the perspective in terms of what will success look like? What will it look like? And I think you itemized 3 major points. 1, Africa having a seat at the United Nations Security Council. I think that's very powerful. 2, accelerated implementation of the SDGs. And finally, more sustainable solutions for Africa. That's what success will look like. So I think that's your responsibility as well as the director of the office to really follow up and foster the partnership that is needed. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, we'll open the floor for comments, questions, and observations between 3 to 5 speakers, and so in the interest of time, and then we'll come back to have reflections of the proceedings of today, which will be given by Mr. Marcel Akpovo, the Regional Director for Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Addis Ababa. So the floor is open. First of all, I'll call on Honorable Esther Mutoni Passaris, who has requested for the floor. Honorable Esther, you have the floor, please. Madam, where are you? Honorable Esther, are you here with us?
I'm here.
Okay, you want to come to the podium if you don't have a microphone?
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Esther Passaris. I'm a member of parliament for the capital city of Kenya, Nairobi, serving my 2nd term. And I'm one of the founders of the SDG caucus in our parliament. And I'm happy to be a participant here, courtesy of UNECA and the Pan-African Parliament, where I also represent my country. So to all the distinguished guests, excellencies that are here, and participants and the panelists. You know, when we sit and we discuss the various SDGs as parliamentarians, we know that the executive prepares all the various reports. and we come to such platforms and discuss so many areas and so many things. But the question is, Africa is still having major problems with unemployment. We keep boasting about our population. And it's good to have a population. But if you have a population that is not planned, and we avoid discussing it, and we keep saying that, oh, the global north doesn't want the global south to have children, then I'm asking a very big question. Is it the global north that suffers when the global south has a population that it cannot sustain? We're having so many issues of our youth being destroyed with crime, drugs, alcohol. And when we come to such forums, that is a burning issue for me. You know, I once was trolled on social media because of saying that we need to plan our families. We need to take commodities and we need to address some of the social challenges that we have. But these are bold conversations that nobody wants to have. We have children in Kenya, children under the age of 18, that get defiled and end up with a pregnancy at 10. But because of the church, we're not able to have safe abortions. Because we're not able to have safe abortion, that child who has a child when she's a child of 10, 11, 12, 13, is then going to be abused further and have a second child, a third child. By the time she reaches 18, she has 5 children. She has not had an education. She has been fully exploited by men, most of them probably older than her. All right. If she procures an unsafe abortion like JMM is a case in Kenya, and then she goes, this was a young Kisii girl who was 12 years old. She procured an unsafe abortion. By the time she went to the pharmacy, we had no rules and guidelines on abortion, even though it is permitted if the doctor says that you're supposed to have an abortion if the health of the mother is compromised. JMM, a 12-year-old girl, right, ended up having an abortion, going back to the pharmacy. The pharmacy said she's bleeding, puts a wire up her vagina, screws her up a little bit more, sends her home. The fetus doesn't come out. JMM develops an infection. When JMM developed the infection, her mother rushed her to a level 5 hospital in Kisii County. In Kisii County, JMM was not able to be taken with an ambulance. They told the mother, take her to Nairobi. She needs to be at the National Referral Hospital. The mother sold the last piece of farm produce to take her daughter in a taxi, not an ambulance. So the Kenyan government has been fined 3 million shillings to JMM's mother, which has still not been paid. What I want to say is the JMM ended up in Kenyatta National Hospital, spent five years in the hospital, and eventually died. She was in a coma and she eventually died. For me, we need to be real. We cannot say that we're going to be able to protect our citizens if we do not allow ourselves to protect the girl child, if we do not allow commodities for our children who are sexually active at an early age because we're Christians or because our religion will not permit it. So for me, I feel when we discuss the SDGs, and we want to protect the girls, we want to protect the youth, because our youth are helpless. They don't have jobs. Crime is the only way. They end up in jails for stealing phones or robbing somebody of his wallet. So let's be real. The one question that we need to do is a matching of our resources with our population. And then when we have to talk, we need Africa to unite. There's no point in coming here and talking, and our presidents in the continent are not united as one. They need to unite. So if we have to raise tariffs, I mean, Trump has taught us about tariffs. Why can't Africa raise tariffs for colonialism? Why can't Africa raise tariffs for all its minerals? Why can't Africa unite and silence the guns? So for me, I feel let's have a discussion on the real burning issues with solutions. Because if we don't do that, then this is just a talk shop. And for me, it's a burning issue. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think you've raised very important issues, child violence and gender-based violence. I think they're real, and I think it's something that quite a number of countries are tackling. What is quite controversial is whether Africa's population is in excess and whether Africa needs to control its population. I think that's a very controversial issue. If countries like China have got about 1.2 billion people and they're able to manage it, I think we also need to look at the management of our resources and how to grow our economies. So even if we're to stagnate our population on the continent, I'm not sure whether that's going to stop some of the challenges we are confronting currently. So I think we need to probably be able to look at these issues independently and address them rather than isolate them and put them, at the doorstep of our slow population. It's quite slow economy. It's quite controversial, and I think this is something that we can continue to discuss in terms of the causation. But the issue you have raised in terms of child violence and gender-based violence, these are real issues, and these are issues that we have to confront. And quite a number of countries are also trying to confront them. We'll move on to other speakers who would like to take the floor, other participants who would like to take the floor. Benin, you want to take the floor? I can see you waving your hand whether you want to do so or not. What country is that? Botswana.
La Guinée.
Benin, do you want to take the floor? I can see you waving your... The delegate sitting on Botswana seat, are you Botswana? Djibouti would like to take the floor, and Guinea would like to take the floor, and Zimbabwe, and welcome.
La Côte d'Ivoire. La Côte d'Ivoire.
Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire.
Benin, just 1 minute, please. Very brief.
Je dois pas la parole. Dites que vous voulez parler. Merci. Many thanks, Chair. My name is Mr. Kono, Chair of the National Council for Youth in Benin. I'm a member of the Pan-African Union for Youth. I listened to quite a lot today, and I must add two things. Africa cannot develop if we continue to import drugs that we use. That's the medicine that we use. We cannot develop if today, in 2025, we do not we do not have a national or international mechanism which is African that controls arms and technology in Africa. I noticed that there is something that happened in Lebanon where beepers exploded and killed a number of people. Yet in Africa, we import funds from elsewhere. So what do we do to be in control of all this?
You've raised two questions. One is about drugs that we use, that we need to look inwards, and the control of arms. We'll move on to Djibouti. Sorry to stop you, because we need to manage time. Yeah, sorry to stop you. In Djibouti, you want to take the floor? Please be very brief. 1 minute.
Okay. Moi, je vais.
Thank you. I'm not going to speak for a long time. I'd like to recommend something. What I recommend is that since COP29, I still ask the same questions today, as we know. The African youth they have ideas and contributions, but they do not have the means to ensure that they can actualize their dreams and their ideas. I'm asking, where doesn't access to funding come in for these young people so that they can undertake projects in the fight against climate change, for instance? and on climate startups and on education to adapt to climate change. Why don't we have support for these young people? Thank you for the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Financing for young people. Yeah, please go ahead.
Cote d'Ivoire, I would like to speak. Okay. Merci. Thank you. My name is Guy Ryder. I'm Secretary General for National Council for Youth in my country. I'd like to talk about an economist, the chair just said, concerning the popularization of criteria and conventions which we sign. We have talked about Agenda 2063, but there's the Future Pact, which was discussed under the UN. I'm happy to say that in my country, when I go back home, the coordination office for the UN system, we organized a restitution where all the organizations were invited, the youth organizations from the capital. But what we need to do is to see to it that we who have benefited from restitution, that will establish a mechanism or a strategy for support so that the young people out there in the rural areas can know what the world is aspiring for so that they can contribute in their way to the objectives thereof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move this side. Yes, please.
Bonjour à tous, merci pour la parole.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Melanie Bembeli Laila, Secretary General for National Council for Youth in Gabon. Just as my colleague said, they talked about issues to do with the youth, especially the issue to do with employment. I think that all the forums and conventions that we organize really look at this objective. How do we ensure that the population, our people, gets and live better? The issue of information and employment is important. We cannot continue in the 21st century in Africa to follow the Western education system. It is completely ununderstandable that the African people, the young people of Africa today, know more about the Cold War than the Adria War. We need to think of a way forward. We need to ensure that we reform our education in our African countries so that we can aspire to the development of the youth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I cannot agree with you more. We move on here. We seem to have Cameroon. Then we go to Lesotho, Tanzania. Cameroon, you have the floor, please. 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like to commend the Ugandan commitment to the development of Africa and the SDG 2030. I'd like to contribute to the fact that as a university professor and specialist in international investment law, the government of Uganda understood that we shouldn't multiply fiscal laws or gifts to promote investment, but rather facilitate investment through other mechanisms. Now, concerning the debate today, I listened and heard that the biggest challenge we face is that of climate change. This is something that keeps being repeated, especially by the West, our friends from the West. The biggest challenge that we face today, that of climate change, is one of the biggest in Africa, rather in the West, of course, but not in Africa. When the African people, when they wake up in the morning, their problem is not to know whether there is climate change or not. Their problem is, first of all, to know whether education is quality education. Now, concerning the quality education, I must remind us that there was a study that was undertaken by the World Bank confirmed by the International Labor Organization for Labor and UN Office, established in 2014, 2015. Only 25% of young people in Africa will have access to salaried employment. That's why I'm surprised to hear the representative of the Forum for Youth saying that we need to work to establish employment for the youth. Now, of course, there's a sociology, and given that only 25% of employment is accessed by the youth in sub-Saharan Africa, then this is where we need to ensure that we promote entrepreneurship among the youth. Measures must be put in place to respond to that. There was someone who said earlier on that the states do not have enough to support the youth. Now, I'd like to tell you that there's a study that was undertaken by the Circle of the Entrepreneur Youth, established that even among the professionals, even among the youth who have already established companies, there are less than 25% who actually are aware of all the facilities, the different facilities that are available from the government to promote youth entrepreneurship, to support the youth. So we want people to continue learning about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I'm not sure whether the question is either or between climate change and access to education. I think they are equally very, very important. If you go to Mozambique, if you go to Malawi, and you know the damages that climate change is having, if you go to the Sahel, for example, where you have complete desertification and people's means of livelihood, their means of livelihood has been taken away from them, you will better appreciate the damages that climate change is having on the African continent. So I do not think it's either or. Both of them are equally important. And as a continent, we must tackle both of them. Both of them of utmost priority. We move on to the next participant, Tanzania. You have the floor, please. Then we do Comoros. We've got to bring this to a close. Tanzania, yes.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Zena Said. I'm the Chief Secretary from Zanzibar. I want to contribute a little bit of how what Zanzibar did to create more jobs. His Excellency, Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, when he entered into power, when he was campaigning, he promised 300,000 jobs. And what we have done, actually, we have established an economic empowerment agency and given it some money, like a seed money, which is being administered through a bank, CRDB Bank. So the entrepreneurs are given this money collateral-free and interest-free. The government is absorbing the interest, and the collateral is the guarantee by the government. So when they are filtered through this agency, after we see their proposal, then they go to the bank and they're given the loan based on what they're doing. And they're supposed to return this money in 2 years. And they can be, given the loan again, depending on how they have done with the money. And on top of that, each local government authority is supposed to give 10% of its revenue, also in the pool, which it will help the entrepreneurs also grow. And this is divided into three parts. 4% goes to the youth, 4% to the women, and 2% goes to the people with disability. And on top of that, we have another fund. Now, this is for the bigger entrepreneurs, which have more conditions. But with these funds which we have established, it has helped our entrepreneurs to grow. And as a result, we have actually helped to fulfill the promise which was given by the president, and more than half of the jobs which he promised have been created through these funds and through the entrepreneurs which have been funded, and we have seen growth and more jobs have been created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the steps being taken by Tanzania to create jobs and empower young people. Zimbabwe, please, you have the floor. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. I bring home greetings from the Republic of Zimbabwe. I want to comment on the bridging the gap on financing and capacity building. Despite our progress, challenges persist. The implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 requires substantial financial resources, technology transfer, and capacity building. Zimbabwe, like many African nations, continues to advocate for fair financing mechanisms, including concessional funding, debt relief, and strengthened South-South cooperation. We call on international partners to uphold their commitments to the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and ensure equitable access to climate financing and sustainable investment in Africa's technological advancement. Additionally, partnerships with academic institutions and private sector and regional bodies are crucial to fostering a strong science and technology and innovation ecosystem. As we follow up on the outcomes of the Summit of the Future, Zimbabwe reaffirms its commitment to advancing science-based, inclusive, and evidence-driven solutions for sustainable development. However, success requires both actions for all stakeholders. Governments must continue integrating innovation and technology into development policies and programs. The private sector must also invest in green technology, infrastructure, and digital skills development. The international community must also honor its commitments to financing sustainable development and technology transfer. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Comoros? Comoros, 1 minute, please. Speak.
Ok. Bonjour à tous.
Good morning.
C'est encore un grand plaisir.
I have the pleasure to be here with you and be part of the delegates representing the youth, representing our respective countries. I am the chair of the Preparatory Committee, the National Committee for the Youth in Comoros, and as member of the African Youth Council, we face the challenge of youth, especially when it comes to sustainable development in Africa. I think that the most important question is the one of peace and security, the issue of youth capacity, and the issue of investment, just as summarized by the President, investing in youth, investing in youth, investing in youth. But there's also another thing which is of concern, and that's the culture of results. The culture of results is important. It's missing. We have pacts, we set up pacts and strategies and programs. However, when it comes to such meetings like this one, we do not really see the results that came out of the pacts given earlier on. We need to appreciate those that have succeeded and then look at those that haven't succeeded and make an assessment. We still lack a mechanism of monitoring or follow-up mechanism to assess the results. If we want to talk about investment in youth, it is because the issue of is at the same level as youth investment and entrepreneurship to fight unemployment. Now, a young man who doesn't have employment won't be stable spiritually and won't let the others to be stable. The youth today, who are, given funding, because if I'm talking about follow-up results, we have the problem of peace, which is related to that of unemployment. The young person who is unemployed cannot have peace because he's going to be the bandits of tomorrow. Once again, you see that those that have had the opportunity of being funded but haven't had education, again, we face the same challenge. So the issue of follow-up is very important. When we talk about quality education, we need to know how to set up monitoring and following up and capitalizing that quality education. If we want to fund young people, how do we capitalize on that funding? If that funding doesn't go through the right channels, then it should be assessed. In Comoros, this is what we face. Those that are funded sometimes cannot develop because they haven't received the financial education or the entrepreneurship culture. There are young people who are trained in social media but don't have follow-up and guidance, so they cannot contribute to the consolidation of peace and to the building of peace. I see schools which are set up and centers which are set up for training, but there are no mechanisms for follow-up to ensure quality of that training. In Africa, we still face that problem of curricula which respond to issues to do the real problem of Africa when it comes to education. We don't have a culture of results, and we do not have systems for follow-up and monitoring to ensure that we see the results of the program that we set up. Thank you.
The issue of culture of results and also follow-up mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation. We need to close this session, dear participants. We are taking more time. Sudan, 1 minute, just 1 minute. And also the participant at the back. Sudan, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moderator. My name is Emmanuel Tama and I come from Liberia. And I want to lay my premise on education. My premise has to do with vocational education in Africa. And I noticed that when you invest in vocational education, I think we're going to improve our society. And I say this to say that almost all of the African countries we traveled, the furnitures being used are all imported furnitures. And I think Africa have all of these materials. What is stopping us? What is stopping our African president to issue a declaration that says all African presidents should use African-made furnitures in our countries? If we do that, I think our economy will grow because we have all of the raw materials in our country. And if we invest in our country by reducing import from the West, using our own African-made furnitures in our country, I think we're going to invest more in job creation for the young people, and our economy is going to grow. So my question is, what is stopping African leaders from using our own African-made furnitures?
Thank you very much, colleagues. We do not have time. We've got to close the session. I'll therefore give the floor to Mr. Marcel Akpovo to, in 2 minutes, give us reflections of what as... Sorry, dear panelists, I will not be able to call on you to respond. This is an ongoing conversation. We are really behind time. Marcel, can you give us a roundup in terms of the key issues emerging from the discussion here today?
This one? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Said. I'm not laughing, but I'm smiling because you say you're giving me 2 minutes to wrap up and then to provide reflection and thought on what I've said. You know, definitely that's not possible. But I'll try as much as I can to bring to life what I have heard and then what we feel we can take away. And I just wanted to thank all the panelists, all the colleagues who intervened in this conversation, right up from the floor here to the audience, and then the input by colleagues, by friends, and participants from this end. It's so enriching, and then I don't know how I would possibly be able to put together comprehensive and then meaningful takeaway, by at the same time providing reflection. But I'll try. We say, and we hear this morning that 6 months to the adoption of the pact, the global landscape of geopolitics has completely changed. And we feel definitely that the multilateral system that the pact is trying to promote to ensure peace and security, but more importantly, development, is now extremely also questioned. But what we also take away from this conversation this morning is that despite the fact that this has become a new reality, the objective and then the aim of the pact have not changed. It has not changed. It remains, as we hear, the strategic priority for the Secretary General of the United Nations. It remains one of the most progressive commitment, global progressive commitment to ensure peace and security, radical reform, but also meaningful and an inclusive development that we have at the global level. Those commitments, as I hear this morning, are expressed at the global level, but are meant, from what the panelist has told us, to be implemented at the country level, which give a very significant primacy to the role of a state to fulfill the obligation vis-a-vis development, but also vis-a-vis their own people. The example that we hear from Uganda, which take a very robust step to translate the commitment arising out of the pact into processes that help an alignment of a development priority at the country level with the intent within the pact is commendable. And we have already heard it from the President Museveni yesterday. And these are things, these are action and then thought that need to be emulated and also as a peer learning to be acknowledged and then replicated. Still at the country level, I think what we hear also to make sure that this responsibility that is incumbent on the state is fulfilled. We have heard that, and then this is also a very strong commitment within the pact, the youth implication, the youth dimension remain central, not just to sensitize and then promote the content of the pact, but also to be the recipient and but also the main key stakeholder in implementing the pact. We have heard also that in that regard, the role that the UN system plays in supporting development priority at a country level is paramount. The role of the RC system, the role of the RC remain in terms of planning and to support the implementation of the development priority by a country is also very much critical. And then I would wanted to take this opportunity also to refer to the evaluation of the first 10-year implementation plan for the Agenda 2063 that we had. There have been a lot of things that have been said in that assessment, but one thing that I took away was that while we have a very clear convergence of views and modalities and then objectives in our own UN SDG global, from a global perspective, and the Agenda 2023, we observe that there hasn't been a very effective manner in tapping into tools and then policy availability at the UN country team level, including, of course, our country analysis and our cooperation, framework of cooperation. There hasn't been sufficient tapping into this very fundamental tool that help the UN system to help the country to develop and then also to implement its development priority. This is probably something that we need to take away to ensure that as we move forward, we speak much more together, that we map out the available tool and then ensure that the implementation of the SDG and then the implementation of the Agenda 2063 are not a separated track and processes, but they aim at achieving one and then a singular goal, the development and then human development at country level. We hear also that the youth, the civil society should play, in terms of partnership, a very important role. My friend here spoke about the need to have a gender mainstreaming in all the processes at every stage, but also insist on the fundamental and an imperative reality of localization of SDG, and then also of this commitment. We spoke also, we hear from our very learned panelists that we need, as we frame the SDG from the perspective of the Pact of the Future at the country level, to reflect more on the SDG financing gap, to provide very creative and then a new incentive, intellectual, but also process-based on the debt sustainability. I think that we have spoken about that long enough. I'm not going to expand on it, but one thing that is really clear is that servicing the debt, as we have identified, is costing a lot to the continent in terms of financing its education and health priorities at the country level. And the last one, of course, was partnership. And then we hear from the panel very vibrant call for more policy, for more commitment to education, and for prioritizing our own narrative on climate change. I don't know if it's a challenge to the current narrative, but we hear also about the need for further protection for the most vulnerable people among our community that need to benefit from the broad setting of the Pact of the Future. Those are things that I hear from you this morning. And then, of course, the role of Africa in ensuring that the Pact in its deliverable becomes a reality cannot be overemphasized. Africa play a very important role in achieving the consensus, that global consensus, and then Africa needs to move forward also in making sure that a very specific outcome of it, including, of course, access to a very specific seat in the Security Council, and then the role that it has to play in influencing the reform of the global financial architecture system becomes something very critical. I wanted to end by providing some of the human rights perspective that I feel I hear from you, which also arose from the Pact delineation and an articulation that remain fundamental to the aim of having an inclusive development, people-centered, people-oriented development, as we have seen. The first one that I wanted to highlight is the necessity to highlight the need to have the nexus. We need to consider the charter of the spirit of the charter and then make sure that the three aspects, the three components of the charter remain present in the way we define implementation pattern and then strategy for them for achieving commitment under the Pact. I'm talking about development, peace and security, and human rights. It hasn't been the case of late, even if the need to include the nexus in the way we see and then foresee the implementation of SDGs and that Agenda 2063 have been conceived. The second one, of course, is the centrality of human rights. Human rights remains central.
Sorry, Marcel, I don't want to stop you, but please try to round.
Yes. Let me not really lose sight of my own message of centrality of human rights. Please, I'm sure that if we had 2-3 more minutes, no one will die here. Please. The centrality of human rights in conceiving processes that we have right now in achieving the Pact, the content of the Pact. The third point that I wanted to highlight is the necessity for us to support internal processes that help us to highlight our own new vision of a human rights economy.
Sorry, I have to stop you.
Yes,
I'm under a lot of pressure.
For human rights economy. we need to make sure that as we move forward in implementing commitment from the part, we have a fiscal equity, we have a development of budgeting that speaks a volume to the most vulnerable of our community. And this is the aim of our human rights economy policy that we would want it to become a central reality, a central policy determination for our commitment to the Pact of the Future and in informing the implementation of both Agenda 2030 and then Agenda 2063.
Thank you very much, Master. Can we give him a round of applause, please? I think it's important to hear the view of the young lady that came. She was so passionate about her view, and she came up to the podium here to give it to me. Please, just 1 second. And question or comment is that Africa should stop importing experts. We should develop our own expertise in various areas so that we do not rely on others for our development. The Pact of the Future is not a new invention. It's to accelerate the process of the realization of the SDGs and by extension Agenda 2063, and to revive multilateralism, which is under threat currently in the world. And finally, is to strengthen global solidarity. Africa will have to depend on itself for its own development. On that note, I would like to give the floor to the chair to formally close this session. Chair, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, moderator. This brings us to the end of our first high-level panel discussion. I would like to thank and to congratulate the panelists, the moderator, and as well the delegates who participated in this very rich and very lively panel discussion. So now we will adjourn for a coffee break, and we will resume at noon. I know that this is a bit short, but we are running out of time. Kindly be back in the conference room for noon, sharp for the next high-level panel. Thank you.
High-level panel 3, group photo, please.
Check 1, 2.
Check.
Is this good?
Like this?
Hey. With this camera, this flagged. Thank you so much.
This is good. Okay, just one. Thank you.
Again.
That's fine. We shall see. And no, shall we see about it? Eh? That's enough.
Yeah. I'm trying to call people to order, but not, you know. He's yeah. Working? Dear Delegate, can we take our seat? We are about to start the next session. Please, can we take our seat? Yeah. No, we cannot wait. Okay. We are now 10 minutes late, and I think that it is important for us to begin the next session. On behalf of the chair of the Bureau, I will be the one to chair this session.
We are now on agenda item 7, high-level panel 4, capitalizing on the Second World Summit for Social Development to advance the achievement of African priorities, poverty eradication, full employment and decent work for all, inclusivity and social integration, leaving no one behind, and full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063. The 11th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development is a rare time to serve as part of African regional preparation for the Second World Summit for Social Development, which will be convened in Doha from the 4th to the 6th of November this year. The summit is intended to advance social development around the globe and provide a renewed momentum for implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It represents an opportunity to revitalize global effort to address poverty and inequality while fostering decent work and social inclusion. Participants in the summit are expected to adopt a concise political declaration in which social development will be the central theme and to reinforce global commitment to the implementation of Agenda 2030 through a focus on social development priorities. The objectives of this panel are to advocate and mobilize the broad and effective participation of members of the Economic Commission for Africa and other stakeholders in the Second World Summit for Social Development, to agree on African priorities to contribute to the deliberation before and during the summit and to its outcome document. In particular, in respect of poverty eradication, full employment and decent work for all, inclusivity and social integration, leaving no one behind, and full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Agenda 2063. With our view of the panel, it is now my singular pleasure to welcome the moderator of this panel, who is no other than Chief of Staff and Acting Director, Gender, Poverty and Social Policy Division of the Economic Commission for Africa. Can we now put our hands together as we welcome Abubakari Diaro? Thank you. He's already sitting. Mr. Moderator, I have been given firm instruction that this session should not go above 1 hour, 30 minutes. So I hand the floor over to you to invite your panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Let me first welcome my panel members. I will have the opportunity to introduce them when I will give them the floor. Before we start, let me just say a few words as we gather to reflect in charts of Okay, thank you. Thank you. So as we gather to reflect and chart a course for social transformation, certain priorities echo with striking clarity. That poverty eradication is not simply a development target, but a moral, political, and economic necessity. That full and productive employment must stand at the heart of national policy. That also social integration anchored in justice, equity, and human dignity is essential for the resilience of our societies. That universal access to quality education, healthcare, and social protection is the foundation of peace, inclusion, and shared prosperity. But also that people must be placed at the center of development, because without people, there is no sustainable development. Now, in these calls to action, you may think that they are familiar because they may resemble of the outcomes of our rich discussion this week. Because maybe they are. But here's the uncomfortable truth. They are not drawn from the discussion that we had this week. They are drawn from the political declaration of the World Social Summit in Copenhagen 30 years ago. That these priorities remain so urgently relevant is both a testament to the vision of that summit, but also a sober reminder on how far we still have to go. And yet, this is not a moment for nostalgia or despair. It's a moment for recalibration, because if the world fell short on its commitments, Africa cannot afford to. The continent stands at a crossroads where demographic dynamism, social vulnerability, and untapped potential intersect. With nearly 60% of its population under the age of 24, Africa is not just the youngest continent, it is the most future-facing. But too many young people remain excluded from decent work. Too many women remain invisible from our labor statistics. And too many families remain one shock away from falling back into poverty. Africa is home to more than 460 million people living in extreme poverty, accounting for 55% of global poverty. 62% of the global working poor live in Africa, and over 6 million African youth are neither education, employment, nor training. In sub-Saharan Africa, more than 67% faced food insecurity, while 17.4% of the population is covered by at least one form of social protection. Income inequality is vast. More than 75% of income goes to the top 11% of earners, while the bottom 50% control less than 10%. These are not abstract figures. They are indicators of systematic failure and policy gaps that urgently demand bold, people-centered solutions. Today's panel brings together some of the most experienced and visionary leaders from across our continent and multilateral system. Our task is not to rehearse challenges. It's to mobilize political will, sharpen priorities, and ensure that Africa walks into the Second World Social Summit not as a beneficiary, but as a co-architect of solutions. Through this conversation, we aim to do three things today. First, to elevate and consolidate Africa's core social development priorities, particularly around poverty eradication, employment, and inclusion. Second, to explore how these priorities can be aligned with and embedded in outcome document of the Second World Social Summit in Doha. And lastly, to generate bold, actionable ideas that can guide national, regional, and continental efforts to realize both the SDGs and the aspirations of the Agenda 2063. This is not a technical discussion. It's a political one. And the decision we shape here will carry forward the voice of Africa into a global moment that must deliver on the promises made a generation ago. So let us begin. Before we move into the discussion with our distinguished panel, it is important that we hear from one of the key figures leading the global conversation toward the Second World Social Summit. Ambassador Omar Hilal, permanent representative of the Kingdom of Morocco to the UN and co-facilitator of the intergovernmental preparatory process for the summit, has been playing a critical role in shaping the political declaration that will emerge from Doha. He could not be with us in person today, but he has generously shared a pre-recorded message, one that set the tone for what is at stake and offers insights from the heart of the negotiation taking place in New York and other capitals. Let's listen to his message now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my co-facilitator, Ambassador Desmet, and myself, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, for the kind invitation to address the high-level panel as part of the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We commend the dedication of this panel to African priorities as a pivotal step in paving the way toward the Second World Summit for Social Development, scheduled for November 2025 in Doha. 30 years after Copenhagen, this coming summit holds immense significance. It aims to reaffirm the Copenhagen Declaration and Program of Action while injecting fresh momentum into the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It's also a valuable opportunity to build on the progress achieved and fostering a forward-looking vision for the future of social development. The world today is profoundly different from what it was in 1995. As we look to Copenhagen and the 2030 Agenda as guiding beacon, we collectively carry the responsibility to embrace new opportunities and address the evolving challenges of the transformative era we find ourselves in. Ladies and gentlemen, the Doha Summit will be held at a pivotal moment for Africa, a rich continent in human and natural resources, powered by its people and full of promising potential. The African continent has a lot to offer and a key role in shaping the present and future of social development. I welcome your call to advocate solutions that are aligned with African social development priorities, including poverty eradication, full employment, and decent work for all, inclusivity and social integration, and leaving no one behind for accelerating the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063 of Africa. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the modalities of the summit were adopted in July of last year. We have now started the intergovernmental process on the political declaration of the summit. We are committed to conduct this process in an open, inclusive, and transparent manner to deliver concise, action-oriented, and consensual political declaration. The process is now underway. We have shared with member states and stakeholders food for thought paper in order to initiate the debates and discussions among member states. We are now in the phase of the preparation of the zero draft, which will be circulated in the coming weeks. This food for thought paper advanced a proposed structure of the political declaration, as well as 14 action areas aiming at taking concrete and integrated steps to close the persistent implementation gaps from 1995 Copenhagen Declaration and to accelerate progress toward the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We have also dedicated a section for the implementation, follow-up, and review of the political declaration. And we have asked member states what to do they expect for this exercise. Excellencies, distinguished participants, we are delighted to engage with you at the African level through the UN Economic Commission for Africa and via the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. This forum continues to serve as a dynamic space for collaboration, bringing together governments, representatives, civil society, academia, the private sector, and other key stakeholders. Your insights and perspectives to be shared today will play a pivotal role in solidarity, the preparatory process of the Doha Summit. As Africa stands at the intersection of transformative challenges, climate change, demographic shifts, and digitalization, your voices are essential in shaping solutions and identifying opportunities for social development across the region. The next few months will be crucial for the summit's success. We eagerly anticipate a constructive and meaningful process to reinvigorate and fortify social development. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you for your attention.
We thank Ambassador Hilal for the thoughtful and strategic message. His words remind us that the road to Doha is not simply about drafting another declaration. It is about confronting implementation gaps, closing the distance between commitment and action, and ensuring that Africa's priorities are fully embedded in the global social development agenda. As he also rightly emphasized, Africa is not on the sideline of this process. Our region is central demographically, economically, and politically to the future of sustainable and inclusive development. And the voices represented here today will be instrumental in shaping what that future looks like. My first question was for the Minister of Gender, but she's not here, and the representative is on his way. So let me move to welcome Ms. Caroline Mugala, Director of ILO Country Office for Tanzania, Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. The International Labour Organization is not only the custodian of decent work, it's also a laboratory of innovation in employment strategies, labor rights, and social protection systems, especially for a region like ours where informality and underemployment and vulnerability remain widespread. Ms. Mugala, In the lead up to the Second World Social Summit, how is the ILO supporting African countries in operationalizing the commitment to full employment and decent work for all? Where do you see promising innovations and successful models, whether in formalization, youth employment, or social protection, that could inspire wider replication? And how can these approaches help drive structural transformation across the continent?
Thank you very much. That's a really mouthful question, but I'll try to answer it. Diallo started his intervention with some figures that are really need us to take a step back and focus on them. 83% of workers in Africa remain in the informal economy, and he shared 23.3% of young people are not in employment, they are not in education, neither are they in training. And 72% of young adults in Africa are in insecure jobs or what we call decent jobs. So ILO's work is trying to close that gap in terms of the statistics that have been read. And we do a lot of studies in terms of the employment global outlook, the wage outlook, youth unemployment studies that we do. But I will focus on 6 areas where we are working, the innovation that is there, and also share some of the countries that are implementing some of this innovative program. One of the key area that we work on is skills development and employment pathways, reflecting at the figures that I've just shared on informality, youth that are neither in employment, training, or education. And the work that we do focuses on market relevant skills, lifelong learning systems, and in 2024 alone, we supported 26 African countries in developing these systems. At the continental level, we've worked together with the African Union on the continental TVET strategy. And in the previous conversation, someone mentioned about the role of vocational training. We've also worked together with the African Union on the continental education strategy for Africa, the science, technology, and innovation strategy for Africa. But at country level, our work focuses on issues like quality apprenticeship. And I was happy when I was walking in, the delegate from Zanzibar was actually sharing some of the strides that Zanzibar has done with regards to quality apprenticeship. We also have the same in Uganda, where we are also implementing quality apprenticeships. And the implementation of this program brings together different key stakeholders, the private sector, the technical vocational trainings, and employers in terms of developing apprenticeship programs that speaks to the skills that are needed by the private sector. Some of the most programs that we've implemented, particularly in East Africa, where I cover, is apprenticeship in the tourism sector and apprenticeship in and within the informal economy. Another key area that we are working in and supporting different countries is around recognition of prior learning. We've heard that 83% of the workforce is in the informal economy. And again, looking at the figure of the youth that are neither in education, in training, or at work, but they have some kind of skills. Someone mentioned about the guys that are making, the carpenters. How do you recognize this skill that they have gained outside the mainstream education. In Tanzania, they have taken this over. The government is implementing recognition of prior learning and other technical institutions, including institutions like the State University of Zanzibar, the technical vocational training centers within Tanzania mainland. In Kenya, they have a guideline that was adopted by Parliament in recognition of prior learning. The other area is public-private development partnership that we are implementing. We have an impressive model in Kenya where we are combining the private sector, public sector in terms of skills training and apprenticeships and enterprise development, targeting specifically the youth and the women. We also do a lot of work around enterprise development and rural employment. One of the models that we are using is what we refer to as the market system development approach. This has worked in Uganda with the sesame farmers, which has enabled them access to high yield seeds, improved business practices, but also better linkages to agricultural markets. And this in turn has raised the income, strengthening local communities. In Ghana, through a regional project on job agric project that is jointly implemented with the African Union, FAO and CIRAD. The project has helped to design data system and indicators to align employment and agricultural policies and feeds into the AU Youth Agri-Food Performance Indexes. Quite a majority of work that ILO implements is around social protection in terms of inclusivity, in terms of extension of social protection, particularly to the informal economy. We had a coverage of around 17.4% in 2022, and it has only risen to 19.1% in 2024. Countries like South Africa, we work together with the government of South Africa through the Ministry of Labor in terms of provision of technical support in the basic income grant that the country is implementing as a long-term mechanism for poverty alleviation. In Kenya, we support the extension of social protection with the National Social Security Fund. They have a specific program they call Haba Haba. For the Swahili speakers, Haba Haba means little by little. So small by small, we would be able to extend the social protection to the informal economy, which is a system that is, supporting informal workers to contribute to the national social security schemes with as little as 20 Kenyan shillings. You can do it on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, and on a monthly basis. We are also supporting improving condition of workers in emerging green sector through the support of biofuel value chain. And this is a program that is also anchored in our private-public development partnership in Kenya. For this, through aggregation of informal farmers within the value chain, and for them to also be able to contribute to social protection. In Zambia, ILO is also supporting the national pension schemes expansion in the informal economy workers, including the domestic workers. On youth employment, we work around, youth employment strategies and policies. We've worked together with AU on the AU-ILO Youth Employment Strategy for Africa, what we call Yes Africa. And in 2024, that is last year, 37 out of 54 African countries have adopted active youth employment strategies that ILO has been able to provide technical assistance in developing this. Because for us to be able to deal with the issue of decent jobs and employment for youth, it has to be anchored on some really strong legal framework at the national, global level, and also continental level. One of the programs that really excites me is what we call Employment Intensive Investment Program. And I would like to talk, we are doing this in Ghana, Malawi, Tanzania, and Zambia. And I'm sorry if I'm giving too many examples for Tanzania, because that's the country that I cover and I have deeper. Okay, I have deeper, connection to that, where we are working with the Tanzania Rural Road Authority to implement a community-based routine maintenance for the roads in Tanzania. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot that is being done, but I think for me the challenge is how do we scale up what is being done? So I think most of the discussions that I would like to see going forward towards DOA is how do we scale up the best practices that we have individually from our countries, from our continents, to be able to create decent jobs for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mugala, for those inspiring insights. How to scale, I think that will be guiding the discussions. Yeah, I've been told that the minister is online. So can you please confirm if she can join us? Let us move to Her Excellency Honorable Betty Amongi, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development of Uganda. Uganda has been at the forefront of articulating a comprehensive social development vision that addresses poverty, employment, inclusion, and resilience, not just through policy, but through institutional reform and national planning. Minister Amongi, you have often highlighted the need to localize global commitments through national strategies that speak directly to the lived realities of communities. In light of the themes mentioned by Ambassador Hilali and the unfinished promise of Copenhagen, how is Uganda working to close the implementation gap? And what lessons can the continent draw from your experience in tackling poverty, informality, and social vulnerability while ensuring that no one is left behind?
Wow. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I want to first thank you for the wonderful discussion that I have had today, and to indicate that Uganda, within the global context and the African context, is undertaking a lot of programs. As we are aware, the Global Summit on Social Development, we made a firm commitment to re-examine the delivery of social justice, achieving social contracts anchored on shared prosperity, social cohesion, eliminating structural inequalities, and promoting equal opportunities for all. And at the UN, during the last concluded General Assembly, we made commitments and was a part of the Pact for the Future. Uganda has been supporting the vulnerable communities. And within that context, we initiated a number of programs to support the vulnerable communities. Let me start with post-COVID. Post-COVID, we initiated what we call the parish development model. The parish development model supports cooperative society of the most vulnerable people at the parish level. The parish level has approximately 200 households, And within that, we realize that there are socially vulnerable people who cannot access this money, which is a small loan at the village level for agricultural support. Therefore, we structured the financing. Am I being heard? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable. We can hear you.
Okay. So during approval of this parish development model, we ensured that whenever the money reaches, then 30% is reserved for women to borrow, 30% is reserved for the youth to borrow, 10% is reserved for persons with disability, and 10% for the older person. I'm glad to tell you that it is about 500 million US dollars annually, and I can confirm to you the research that has been done has shown that women are accessing more of this money. About 53% of this financing at the rural level for supporting agriculture is being accessed by the women. We have also initiated a fund for women with a grant from the World Bank, which is 217 million. It is supporting women businesses and supporting women to move from informality, from the informal sector, to boost their businesses, to ensure they formalize their businesses, to train and skill them, because we know if we want to reduce poverty, we need to support women and youth, who are the majority of the population, to get themselves out of poverty. And so this fund is supporting women on top of other previous funds, which are the Youth Livelihood Program, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. We also have other financing from other sector, like in Ministry of Finance. We have what is called EMIOGA, is also supporting women and vulnerable groups. So basically, in the whole country, we have financing for poverty reduction to uplift the informal sector to join the formal economy. And with that, in the last 10 years, we are able to reduce poverty substantially with the intervention, where we now have only 39% of Ugandans who are still outside the informal money subsistence economy. On issues of employment and productivity, we know legal frameworks and policies are very important. Within that context, we have amended our Employment Act. We have initiated and amended our Occupational Safety and Health Act, which is what is supporting and anchoring our intervention to protect the workers and also to harness the leverage on labor productivity. With those, we are ensuring also with Ministry of Education to skill the youth. We know the future is in technology. Therefore, government has put in place grants and innovation ideas in fintech for the youth and women. We are supporting innovators in areas to do with STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and information communication technology. These are given in form of grants and our Ministry of ICT and our Ministry of Technology. Youth are also being supported to get financing from other sectors. The private sector has their own funds by government under two sectors. The one is participating commercial banks, where the commercial banks are supporting with low interest rate for our private sector, because we know when you give private sector support, they spur the economy, they employ the people, they pay taxes, and that translates into a stable economy that increases employment and productivity.
We are also under Uganda Development Bank supporting manufacturing industry with the post-COVID financing that is supporting them with the financing in the manufacturing sector. We have seen over the 5 years an increase in employment based on this strategy of microeconomic support. We also have agricultural financing, which is 12% per year. Because Uganda, over 70% are still into the agricultural value chain. This support is enabling the agricultural sector to support the women, the youth, and the population that are in agricultural sector to spur development and ensure that structural poverty is addressed at the level of agricultural intervention, which is one of the key areas that most Ugandans are in. We also have other social grants for supporting the most vulnerable. We have the social assistance grants for 80 years and above, which is given on a monthly basis. We have the special grant for persons with disability, which is supporting those persons with disability to start their enterprises. We also have social grants for older persons between 60 years to 79 years to start enterprises for those who have retired. Under Social Security, which is the government supported program with the workers, Social Security Fund is financing social corporate social responsibility to support youth and giving them startup capital, but also we have opened up saving under the Social Security Fund where local population can now save with NSSF up to about $2 either on a daily basis or a monthly basis. This, we signed the regulation 3 months ago, but within just 3 months, the voluntary Social Security Fund saving by those who are saving voluntarily has already garnered over $2 million from the ordinary people. And I am glad that those who are saving, when I look at the data, are ordinary women and youth who are saving as low as $1 a day, $2 a day, $3 a day. And these are the market women, before I came here, have been asking me, can you open this up to the market women? Can you reduce the saving? So Social Security plays a very important role in ensuring that the lower social structure of society are catered for in terms of saving, but also in terms of supporting their businesses. So within the context of the African Union and the SDG, we are contributing under our Department of Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, externalization of labor. We have made it safe. I'm sure my commissioner, who is, I'm told, is a discussant, will give you how we have ensured that we make externalization of labor, because migrant workers play an important role in the African context in terms of ensuring that employment and employment abroad for African countries should not turn into slavery for our population who are seeking for employment abroad. So really to sum up this, I want to also indicate that we are promoting what we call apprenticeship program. Apprenticeship program includes job placement for university students who are coming out of university. We match them with companies in the private sector and government and place them in the job, both in private sector and in government, for them to gain the experience. We also have the graduate volunteer scheme that support those who want to volunteer in the private sector, but also in government. We are also ensuring access to quality education with Ministry of Health. I'm not sure whether the Ministry of Health is in or not, but the issue of universal coverage of healthcare is handled by Ministry of Health, which the bill is now at the stage of going back to cabinet. So really, to conclude, I want to note that we must know that there is an intersection between poverty, unemployment, and decent work. There is need for inclusivity, and social development calls for government investment to realize the African Union commitment. This can be best realized by reaffirming the commitment to achieving SDG in its three dimensions, which is economic, social, environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner through interlayer, the creation of employment opportunities for all, and strengthen climate adaptation and mitigation capability. Let this meeting, therefore, be a conversation with firm commitments to shaping Africa's future to opportunity, prosperity, and equity, and a call to action, not rhetoric. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that insightful intervention and highlighting Uganda's concrete efforts to align national policy with the broader vision of social and social justice and inclusion, and also highlighting this a whole of government approach that will help to address the challenges in a more holistic way. Maybe I will give 2 minutes to Dr. Lawrence Egulu, Commissioner for Employment Services in the same Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, to add a few words on what the Minister has said. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Moderateur. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Yesterday, my president spoke a lot of French. So if you hear me speaking French, I'm just following in his footsteps. So, bienvenue en Uganda.
Welcome to Uganda.
Uganda, it's really a pleasure to speak at this forum, and also to thank my minister for giving the government programs that are in place in terms of alleviating poverty and creating jobs. But let me give some discussion on the approach we are using, and then give 1 or 2 suggestions for the African continent as we move towards 2030. And I'll start as follows. You know, Mr. Moderator, you gave us a figure, 460 million. Actually, it's 464 million Africans living below the poverty line of $2.15. Now, if we are to lift those people out of poverty in the next 5 years, what is the only asset that those people have? The main asset that they have is their labor, intellectual and physical. So if you want to harness Africa's labor and ensure that they get out of poverty, give them a job. Say that they're able to work out of poverty. Working out of poverty is the way to go. And that's why we are here in ensuring the employment poverty nexus. You provide employment, you will alleviate poverty. I think that is the one thing that we need to talk about. And it's very, very, very crucial in the way that we have operated in this country. However, and this is my second point, employment cannot be wished. You cannot simply wake up and say, let there be employment and it shall be provided. Employment must be planned, and it must be planned systematically, involving all the actors, including the labor unions, the employers, the private sector, the CSOs, the local authorities, the traditional leaders, the religious leaders. So the whole spectrum of government, beyond government and other stakeholders. So this involvement is very crucial. And I'll give you an example of Uganda. We've done this. We are now 2 years in doing what's called the National Employment Strategy. And we are not yet done, because we want to make sure that everybody is involved. But we also want to ensure that there is ownership. It's a beautiful document already in place, but we're not ready to launch it yet. We would like to take it to the number one, the president of this country. We want him to own it. We want him to be the one to say, indeed, this is a strategy for employment. And then we need to ensure that there's financing for it. Because you can't just plan and then leave it there. There must be money accompanying this plan. I think this has been the problem across Africa. We've done too many plans, and then the problem is the implementation. The implementation is because there's no funding. You're not going to do an employment strategy and you're looking at the ILO as the funder of your program. Excuse me, the ILO is not the one who produced these children. These children are Uganda's children. Therefore, you must plan in your pocket. Look at your own pocket. Don't plan when you're looking at the pocket of the International Labour Organization or the Banque de France or USAID. No, those people also have their own problems. So let's ensure that you have the money and the money is there. I think my other Prime Minister Desalegn told us yesterday, it's about prioritization, it's about the local taxes, it's about the illicit financial outflows. So the money is there. We just need to be able to get it, and we have it there. What don't we have? My president yesterday told you about the fact that we are donating jobs by exporting raw materials. So it's high time we put it into reality. I think, Mr. Pedro Antonio, I really like the eras, the economic reports on Africa, including the background document for this session. It's very solid, it is very bold, and it gives us the right steps in the right direction. We must have employment targeting. We must do employment planning. We must do employment monitoring. We must ensure that we have gender-responsive policies, gender-responsive employment policies in place, because we just can't look at yes, there are numbers, but how do we ensure that we get to those numbers? Inflation, for instance, we target inflation. Our central banks do that. We must make sure that inflation must be single digit. But why don't we target employment? If we have an inflation rate of 5%, how many jobs have we created? If we have growth rates of 10%, how many jobs are we going to create in a particular year? I think that's where the conversation needs to go in to proceed, because it has to be as bold as that. I don't usually like to give this example, which is the US Fed, the US Federal Reserve Bank. The dual objectives of the US Federal Reserve Bank is employment creation, number one, and number two is inflation management. But there's no central bank in Africa which has something similar to that, where employment is an explicit target, a macroeconomic target of the central bank. So I think this is the right way to go. I think we need to look at it. What is it? Because if you look at our countries now, we are struggling to have growth. We are struggling to keep inflation single digit. We are struggling to make sure that balance of payment deficits are not above 5%. But if you go into the villages, people are saying we don't have money, we are poor. So what is happening to growth? What are the sources of growth which are not leading to poverty reduction and employment creation? I think we need to interrogate this more and more. And I'm glad that the ECA over the years has graduated, in terms of ensuring that it's really a policy process for us, a policy think tank for us. And the messages are very clear in every year that in the annual meetings of ministers of finance. I think the message is there. I think we need to ensure that macroeconomic policies work for employment instead of just macro policies for macroeconomic policy's sake. So I think that is very key. My another point, and I'm about to end, since my minister was very, very, very candid and very generous to talk more than, a number of things already, is on refugees. This country hosts about 1.7 million refugees. It's a small country, it's a poor country, but we welcome refugees into this country, and that policy is not about to change. The bad manners that we are learning from North America and Europe, we are not about to adopt those bad manners in terms of turning away refugees. We are saying come. It's not just because we were also once refugees, but just it's in our DNA as Uganda that refugees are our own people. What we need to do is to harness the skills of these refugees, because right now the refugees are allowed to work, they're allowed their children are allowed to go to school, they can access our health facilities, they are given land, they farm. But the point now is beyond that, how do we ensure that these refugees that do come here are able to, the skills that they have, we're able to harness them, because they're part and parcel of the labor market. Instead of looking for expatriates, we have them here and they're refugees and they're one of our own people. So that is where we need to go, enhance their skills where necessary, but also ensure that they're able to contribute to the labor market and to the development of our country. I encourage every country to do that. Refugees are our friends, they are not your enemies. They are not here to take your jobs, they are actually here to put in the skills that they have brought from their own countries. So it's a win-win situation for the host community, for the host country, and the country which these people came from. And then, most important, let's stop treating refugee children and women as victims. I think we need to involve them in peace building. We need to involve them in peacekeeping. We need to ensure that women are at the forefront of ensuring that the peace processes around the continent are realized. Finally, and there are many things I would have said, but I will stop here. External employment, which my minister just mentioned, and let me just add a few things on it. Migration for work abroad. I think this is a given. We are migrants one way or the other. Right now, most African countries are looking at the GCC countries, the Gulf Cooperation countries, or the Greater Middle East, as you might call them. Great, but what are the skill sets that go to the GCC countries? They're mainly domestic workers. They are mainly drivers, security. So the low-hanging fruits, semi-skilled or unskilled. Why are we looking abroad only? Why don't we look at brain circulation within Africa? I think that's the next thing where we need to go. Trade and migration within the African continent. We speak a lot of English in this country. The Senegalese speak a lot of French. Why should Senegal, and I'm saying this hypothetically, why should Senegal go to France to look for, why should Senegal go to the UK to look for English teachers when we speak a lot of English in this country? Why don't I find myself in Senegal and try to talk to them in English as well? In other words, the many doctors that we have in Uganda or in Zimbabwe could also work in other parts of the country, in other parts of the continent. So I'm looking at brain circulation within the continent, skills partnerships within the continent, instead of thinking of Europe, Canada, North America, or in general, or China, or wherever. I think we need to look at what we can be able to circulate within Africa. And then we go beyond the African continent and say, what's happening in Italy? It's an old, they have a problem of aging. In Africa, there's the youth bulge. So how are we able to share skills? I call it skills sharing, skills partnerships, so that we all benefit. Instead of looking at each other as, you belong there across the Mediterranean, we belong here. I think that's the wrong policy. And of course, rights beyond just domestic, beyond work. How do we ensure that the migrant workers are treated with dignity so that they're able to contribute to remittances and skills for the countries from which they come? I will stop there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Egulu, for bringing back the realities and the challenges that we are facing. Social policies cannot be disconnected from macroeconomic policies, if I understand your point. And then we should look at the critical issue of financing social policies through everything that we have mentioned since yesterday, taxation reforms, budgeting, including social policy in real economic development thinking. Thank you for highlighting this issue. Let me now turn to a dimension of social development that is increasingly urgent and deeply interconnected with everything we have discussed since now, the environment. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Rose Mwebaza, Regional Director of UNEP, to talk about how climate shocks intensively and environmental degradation deepens inequalities, and as transition to green economies begin to reshape the labor markets, the imperative for a just transition, one that is socially fair, inclusive, and sustainable, had never been clearer. Dr. Mwebaza, how UNEP is working to ensure that Africa's environmental policies and climate responses are aligned with the continental social development priorities. What are the entry points for integrating environmental sustainability into poverty reduction, decent work, like mentioned by our colleague from ILO, and inclusion? And can you share some examples where such integration is already bearing fruit on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in sticking to the key issue here about social inclusion, I'd just like to highlight that in UNEP, we do understand that the work that we do on environment and sustainable development it is really about people at the core of what we do. So we describe our work as being around people and nature. And in embedding that within the social, economic, environmental circumstances of the African continent, I think the point has been made here that we cannot simply talk about Africa's youth dividend. We must take active action to make sure that it indeed does turn into a dividend, because there is also a real possibility that it doesn't. I think one of my favorite sayings is an African proverb that says that a child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. So we cannot talk about sustainable development and environmental protection without putting the young people of this continent at the core of that work. And so the work we do therefore around this within the United Nations Environment Programme is structured around 3 areas. We are focusing on ensuring that we are creating a series of green jobs through training, but also reskilling. Africa now has a relatively very high number of young people who are highly educated and skilled. They just need reskilling. And so that is what we are looking at. But we also know that within Africa's rich ecosystems and natural assets, we've done studies to show that we have the ability to create around 20 million jobs just out of initiatives based on nature-based solutions. And that doesn't include other sectors of sustainable development. And so that is really our approach. But we know we can create green jobs around renewable energy, around transportation, low emission mobility. We know we can create jobs around waste management, valorization of waste to energy, and all those things. We know we can create green jobs out of sustainable fashion. We know we can create green jobs out of agri-food processing, minimizing food waste and food loss. And some niche areas like green finance and green advisory services. And so to just give an example where we are doing this, I will use an example of Kenya, because we have the privilege of being hosted in Nairobi as the United Nations Environment Programme. And we like to say proudly that we are the only global headquarters of the United Nations that is headquartered in the global south. What we have done in Kenya to anchor our sustainability work on creating youth employment is to work with the government of Kenya and develop a Kenya National Green Jobs and Skills Development Strategy. But we just didn't stop at that. We have made a pact with the government of Kenya that over the next 3 years, we are going to work with them to create 1 million new jobs, not just jobs, decent jobs, quality jobs, because we want the young people in our continent to live with dignity and to be seen. We have also agreed that we will get an existing 1 million jobs and green them by reskilling and retraining young entrepreneurs. Thirdly, we have made a pact with the government of Kenya that we will support 10,000 young entrepreneurs in some of the sectors I listed above to set up sustainable businesses with initial capital to de-risk their investments, and that each of those 10,000 entrepreneurs will additionally be supported to create at least 5 jobs in the next 3 to 5 years. And so this is what we are doing. We've replicated it in, obviously, several other countries. But I just wanted to make the point that this is how we approach sustainability in a practical way in supporting countries to address the social economic imperatives we face as a continent. We do this with the government, but also with local organizations that are youth-led. And in Kenya, there's a very vibrant, youthful organization called Jacob's Ladder. that are partners. We are working with them in the different constituencies in the country. And so I think for purposes of time, I will stop there, but that's really an example of what we are doing in the United Nations Environment Program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Merbaza, for that compelling reminder that environmental sustainability must be fully interlinked into the social fabric of development. Just transition is not a luxury, it's a necessity if you are to avoid deepening inequalities while addressing climate crisis. Before giving the floor to the UN SDG coordinator, I have a comment from youth in the room that are saying that we are, as Africa is trying to create employment, they think we should not only rely on vocational trainings and entrepreneurships, we should also look at encouraging the youth to take up expert employment, for example, to work on technologies, through engineering, and also build structures and infrastructure that will avoid seeing African leaders going outside for health treatments, for instance. Why not look at how we can together invest in hospitals that are that can employ youth Africans, but also be at the highest rate of technology. Thank you for your contribution. Now let me welcome Mrs. Elena Panova, she's the resident coordinator, UN resident coordinator in Egypt. Can you please tell us how the UNRCs are supporting member states in the preparation towards the World Social Summit, looking at the challenges that we were facing in Copenhagen, and how do you think we can better be prepared on the way to Doha? Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Abo, for the opportunity to reflect. So in my intervention, I will make two major points. The first one, I would like to bring and offer some examples from Egypt, the country I served in. And second, I will offer a reflection around the potential role that the UN country team and the UN system can play at country level in the build-up to the second social summit in Doha. So on the first point, specific examples from Egypt. So in Egypt, the government last year established the post of Deputy Prime Minister on Human Development. This post was established in times of uncertainties, times when globally and also regionally and at country office, we are facing numerous geopolitical crises, ever-evolving climate crisis, sluggish economic development, with the understanding that the impact at the end of the day is on the people. So the post of Deputy Prime Minister gave a very clear signal that the country wants to move and focus towards people-focused policies, people-centered policies, policies that will prioritize investment in health, education, social protection, also put forward social packages, which, as we speak, are giving very promising results. So as United Nations in Egypt, we, of course, deeply appreciated that move, because once again, it showed the political will of the government to put people at the center. And already the Commissioner on Employment was talking about the political will that is needed for a country to move forward. So, two initiatives emerged after that establishment. The first one is an initiative that was launched last September in 2024 It's a presidential initiative. So the political will is there. It's an initiative which is called BEDEA, an initiative which makes significant strides to enhance social sectors as these critical pillars for the resilience of the country, for the economic growth, the prosperity of the country, and also investments, through increased investments in health, job creation, and social protection. That initiative included not just the Ministry of Social Solidarity. It was a cross-ministerial initiative with 11 ministers on board that were trying in a coordinated manner to ensure effective and equitable service delivery, and collectively, aiming towards moving the needle on the Human Development Index and its main perspectives in Egypt. So, as United Nations, we do believe that this is a very promising model which we would encourage some of the governments here to look at. Second initiative, development of national social protection framework. So the Ministry of Social Solidarity is spearheading a very ambitious strategic exercise to develop an overarching social protection framework, a framework that is not narrow and sector siloed, a framework that is a system-wide framework that applies approach across key pillars of social protection. And here I'm talking about the contributory and non-contributory pillars of social protection, so the social insurance and also the social assistance, together with the social services, social promotion. A system that was addressing the challenges, that is, aiming at addressing the challenges and risks along the life cycle. And that's a new thing in the approach towards social protection in Egypt. And social protection, you do understand, because I'm speaking to the converted, right, is of critical importance for the achievement of the social development goals. So, where is UN in all this? UN is by the side of the government. UN is there with its intangible assets that we deployed, the knowledge that we have, the data that we have, and the trust that to have to be a partner of the government. But let me make a very clear point here. It's the government that leads. It's not the UN. It's the government that went ahead with these initiatives and requested UN, among other partners, to support them. So again, back to the point, if you're serious about making a shift, you need to have the government at the helm of these transformative actions. So what is my second point about the role of the UN system in the build-up to the second social summit in Doha? And here, again, I will be talking more at country level, which of course, could be aggregated at regional and then global level. Because at global level, we have an interagency task team that is coordinated by the USG of DESA, that is headed by the Deputy Secretary General, and they're doing the global advocacy when it comes to the political declaration which the Pierre of Morocco was talking about. Our role as UN on the ground is to use the momentum to engage and galvanize the host governments we are serving, so that we produce the substance and to use the momentum of the second social summit to really do bold actions on the ground. So how can the UN system support the government? First, by making available the rich data set that helps understand where the country stands on key topics that are related to the social protection. So in our case, when we were working with the Ministry of Social Solidarity on the development of the National Social Protection Framework, we supported the government, partnered with the government on the development of diagnostic report. The report was just, released in Egypt, and that report provides this, information about the state of play on social protection, social development in Egypt specifically. And I would absolutely, encourage the UN country teams under the leadership of the governments, take a moment and take stock. There is this bold idea that is floating around that in the build-up to the social summit in Doha, the countries are invited to do voluntary reports on where they stand on that file. Whether that is going to fly or not, I don't know, but I would absolutely recommend that you take a stock at country level so that you go to Doha much more prepared. So, second thing, and that I believe is extremely important, this is linking financing to the policy actions. Linking the fourth international conference on financing for development with the Doha Summit. Very important linkage. And here I want to say that after Copenhagen, after 1995, the financing towards social development has not capitalized much. So now moving to Doha, if we don't commit to financing social development and increasing the coverage of social protection, we will be left just with commitments without having the means of implementation in order to implement them. So we really hope, as UN, that we hope to have that very clear reference to the social spending finance, but including in the outcome document of the Finance for Development Conference, a special commitment to extend social protection coverage by at least 2% points per year. That is currently in the outcome, in the draft outcome document. We really believe that it will make it until the end, because that will provide us with a solid basis to go into the Doha Summit. In this regard, and I am finishing here, Mr. Moderator, the United Nations at country level could continue to support the member states, here I'm talking about financing, to protect social spending, including in times of crisis and also economic distress, enhance the efficiency, adequacy, and equity of social spending, and very important, intensify new financial mechanisms to enhance the investments in education, health, and social protection. We do have the knowledge, and we should deploy that knowledge at the disposal of the host countries. So let me conclude here, and once again, I will repeat, I know I'm talking to the converted, but I think, it's important to highlight that sound policy and legal frameworks are needed. Sustainable and equitable financing is needed. Reliable delivery of social systems are needed in order to achieve this tangible progress to ensure adequate and comprehensive social protection for all as a cornerstone of the social development. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Elena, for reminding us that it's a member state-led process, like mentioned by the facilitator in the opening of of this panel, and also for linking it to the financial for development, because we cannot dissociate the two. So as we come now to the close of this rich and timely dialogue, let me welcome Dr. Senen Hunton, Regional Director for West and Central Africa of UNFPA, to offer a panel reflection. Senen, we have heard powerful messages today about the need for renewed commitment, for smarter partnerships, for people-centered policy, for financing social policies and linking it to economic policies. From your perspective, what are the core messages that Africa must carry forward to the road to Doha? And how can we ensure that the second World Social Summit becomes not just a moment of recommitment of what happened in Copenhagen, but a turning point of the implementation, inclusion, and accountability? Over.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a genuine privilege for me to join this panel today. The conversation we've had since this morning have underscored really the importance of the World Social Summit. But like you said, Doha must represent not just an avenue to another commitment. It must be a tangible turning point. Now, you asked for some core messages that we could take to Doha. In the interest of time, I will limit myself to 3. The first one, I think, is we must, as Africa, hold ourselves accountable to data-driven foresight and sustainable policies, just like the RC from Egypt mentioned. It is very important that we use data to look at intergenerational policy, because the issues that we are discussing, particularly employment, is not for one government in 4 years term or 5 years term. So you need to be looking at predictive analysis, and for that, you need data. Unfortunately, in many of our countries, you will be surprised. ECA is here, I see my bosses here. Some of the countries, they don't have census for 40 years. So we need to commit ourselves to make sure that we have the data to track the inequalities that we are talking about. Secondly, and I mentioned sustainable development because we need intergenerational endeavors. And that's why, as UNFPA with ECA and other partners, we established an accelerator lab that we call Regional Initiative for the Centrality of Population, because it is at the core of all the SDGs. You know, the issue, particularly you take this country, the issue of migration, urbanization, fertility, of course, are all impacting all the SDGs. And if you take youth unemployment, you need to be projecting the data and the solution for many years to come. Second, if we are holding ourselves accountable, we need to hold the global north accountable. I think we heard from this morning from USG Guy Ryder. He was speaking to the necessary change for global governance. And you just mentioned, Elena, about the financing for development, because before Doha to deal, right, about the 4th conference, and yet the financial architecture is not conducive for Africa to develop. You want to develop the interest rates, the way the loan are structured, are not conducive to get on the market and get capital and do the type of investment that President Museveni was talking about to us yesterday. So we need fair and equal business practices. And we definitely need, for the global governance, that Africa speaks with one voice so that we can have a seat at the table. The way it is now, in different regions, and so we need to do a better job, unite. The third message that I think to go up is really being deliberate and intentional to unleash the youth potential And you talk about the youth dividend, I will say also the gender dividend. We need really to be intentional. And for that, we need to have leapfrog opportunities. We heard from the Minister of Uganda about the opportunities that needs to be put there. Yesterday, we had a nice session with Excellency Gatete here, and he was educating us about the purposeful decision that the government of Rwanda took to make sure whether it is with lands acquisition for women, whether it is with the banking system, whether it is the different structural change that you need to make at the policy level for the countries so that we can make a level playing field for women and girls. And I will add, if I don't do that, I think you will punish me as a UNFPA. I mean, particularly for the young girl. I think Africa, we need to look at ourselves. We heard from a parliamentarian from Kenya today. We cannot expect girls to continue to be mothers at 10, 12, 15, or a woman to continue at 30 years old to have already 15 pregnancies and expect them to unleash their potential. So those are things that we can change, and we need to go to Doha and claim that space and make sure that we do that for all of our countries. I would like to finish by, you ask what would we do differently? That's the last part of your question, if I understand correctly. I think we also need to do three things. First is people-centered peace, security. I want to take the example of the region where I am in West and Central Africa. What we are having now in the Sahel, the differences that we have between countries, even when it comes to security, while we know that we need regional integration to fight terrorism in the region. So even nationally, we need national integration. President Museveni yesterday was telling us that how do you expect to have an army when you are still talking about tribalism? And so those are some of the issues that we need to address so that we can have stability and development. Secondly, I mentioned the data, but there is a big data divide with the digitalization, with artificial intelligence, and the UN is supporting government to address that. But government must be ahead of the curve and embrace those technologies. We actually have an advantage when you think about it as Africans, because some of the broadband and new technologies, we are far ahead of some part of the world to capitalize on those. Finally, I mentioned being deliberate with youth. I think we need to put them at the center of our decision. I always smile because sometimes when we talk about young people, we have people like us here, and we claim that we are still young. I'm not saying we are not young, but I want to say that it is important that we give a voice to the young people. Not the less than 60 years old, like Minister of Gender of Uganda was saying the other day, but the young voice that we have here in this room. And this requires that we create inclusive space for their participation, but we invest in them, in their capacity to take charge. And I believe that by doing that, I think we can get something concrete out of Doha. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hunter. The chair was telling me that he is willing to take 2 questions from the room. If you have any, oh, you have more than 2. I have seen. Let's start by the lady there with the white. I don't see the name. With the white paper. South Sudan. Tanzania.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Zena Saida again. I'm Chief Secretary of Zanzibar, and I would like to share two things. One, in my country, in Swahili, we have a saying that words have power, they create. So I would like to request of all of us to reflect about the words we have been using. I'm very happy about sustainable development, sustainable financing. But when it comes to words like poverty reduction, I really wish we could use wealth creation. Because when you make progress on something towards the reduction of poverty, it's not exciting. You're still poor. But when we make a same progress, but you are towards wealth creation, it's exciting. So words have power, and they can make us or break us. So let's stop using this poverty reduction. Rather, let's use wealth creation. Again, I'm not sure about debt sustainability. If you say debt, sustainable debt, you want to keep on being in debt? I don't know, maybe debt payability. We don't want to sustain something which is negative. So that is one. Second, what I would like to share about partnership in implementing of some of the SDGs, what we do in Zanzibar. We have brought in partners from private sector and health sector, and we have seen tremendous improvements in service delivery. So we have partners now in areas such as imaging, such as laboratory service and pharmaceuticals. Before, people would come at the hospital, government hospital, and then they would be told to go to somewhere in private sector to get the X-ray taken. And when the doctors prescribe medicine, they have to go buy them. But after we brought them, the government is paying for that. We have seen improvement in service delivery. People are getting almost all the medicine. Tests are being taken because the private sector cannot afford to have the machines broken. They are being paid by the tests they are doing. So that is one area. We have also partnered with the private sector in service delivery, like in the port. We have seen improvement.
Can you limit your intervention to 2 minutes, please, because we have a lot of people. Thank you.
Okay, so in the port sector, now in the electricity, we have also signed contracts so that they can bring in electricity, especially solar. And then now in the water sectors, so that they can have connectivity to the people. We have the infrastructure for the water tanks and all that, but we're missing on the area of connectivity. And we think private sector is going to help us in that. So that's what I want to share because the time is short, but we have a lot to share. Thank you.
Thank you. South Sudan, 30 seconds. Where? I don't see the name, but I thought that it was South Sudan.
Thank you so much. I'm by the name of Sadia James. East African Legislative Assembly member from South Sudan. So I'm really pleased for affording me the opportunity. So with the last speaker saying about security, in fact, we in Africa, we should practice, politics of reconciliation and tolerance, which is very key to our development. Because if we don't do that, it will cost us and we won't be able, to address issues of sustainable development and climate change. So with that, to our leaders, let us always remind ourselves, when we're engaging in politics, we must look down. Because I come from South Sudan, and armed conflict can really cost, given that we have youths who are innovative and wanting to invest. But with crisis, they can't. So it's really very difficult. So I'm urging that we are in the era of peace and peaceful engagement. So politics matters a lot in achieving sustainable development. With that, I encourage that let us try to partner towards engaging our countries at the African level, to engage peacefully when there are crises at home. So thank you so much.
Thank you, South Sudan. Liberia.
Okay, so
Thank you very much. Since we have limited time, I'm Boyma Ishimsoni, Deputy Director General for Statistics in Liberia. I have a few concerns and just one question. Few comments and just one question. The issue about that was mentioned by ILO relative to the over 20% of youth that are not employed and non-educated in Africa on the continent is concerning, and it should be taken into consideration as the summit gets prepared for Doha, the road to Doha. And I think few things that we should be cognizant about is the issue of capacity building that we keep talking about. It should be routine because, and it should focus in areas that are emerging. And if we should do that, our young people will be more innovative. And then this whole issue about the PPP that we keep talking about. And yesterday we listened to the president from Mozambique or Zimbabwe. He talks about the issue of co-creation, which is very, very key that we need to talk about. And my concern, the question goes to both ILO and the UNFPA. I heard UNFPA saying that some countries over 40 years are yet to conduct census. I think UNFPA also has a role, even though the political will for these countries should be there, that they should take their own responsibility. But the demographic dividend that is being spoken about, the youth potential on the continent, it has a good potential for an employment, but if the skill set is not there, that could be a problem. So is the UNFPA or ILO actually providing this huge data set that is available and computing the youth demographic dividend to give to countries or partnering with NSO, National Statistical Offices, to provide policy guidance for government so that even if in the absence of census,
short, please.
Thank you. Even in the absence of census, you can do estimation, you can project and know the demographic dividend that could be shared with countries for their full potential issue. Thank you so much.
You last will be Zimbabwe, and then we have to close the session.
Thank you very much. I want to comment on accelerating poverty eradication and economic transformation. Poverty remains one of the greatest impediments to Africa's development. And in Zimbabwe, we have implemented social protection programs, rural industrialization strategies, and agricultural modernization initiatives to lift communities out of poverty. And also on full employment and decent work for all. Employment is the cornerstone of economic empowerment and social stability. Yet many African economies struggle with high levels of unemployment, particularly among young people. In Zimbabwe, we have prioritized economic reforms and public-private partnerships to foster an environment conducive to entrepreneurship and job creation. I thank you.
Mr. Chair, I put, I think, my hand among the first people, but unfortunately, I guess you missed it. My name is Isaac Adams, and I represent the private sector and the youth, and also run a consultancy firm, AIM Corporate Wellbeing, basically looking at occupational health and safety implementation here in Uganda. And one thing that I wanted to put out is a comment from Ms. Rose Mwebose. I was really impressed about the initiatives that are happening in the environment sensitization sector in Kenya. And I would also let you know that even in Uganda, we have very vibrant youths running these environmental sustainability programs, climate change, looking at occupational health and safety and well-being.
Please.
So yeah, the point is that we are available and ready to partner for the goals, and also looking at how best we can look at financing and building the capacity in regards to occupational health and safety to stop being looked at as an expense, but an investment to workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Josephine from One Question Online, over to you.
Thank you. There is a question online. By the way, there are about 99 participants online for this panel. And the question is from Ago Glory Chiazi. The question is to ILO. I wish to ask how youths and persons with disabilities are taken into consideration in all these wonderful initiatives. Are they integrated in all interventions or separate projects are created for them? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me give 1 minute to each of the speakers to react on some of the comments and questions raised. Senen, I start by you.
Yes, thank you. Just to say that we are supporting countries, but particularly in Liberia, they just conducted the pre-census activities. And so many countries with the support of the World Bank. We are supporting the countries with ECA, African Center for Statistics, US Census Bureau, and other partners. So I mentioned also the regional initiative on the centrality of population for the SDGs, which is an accelerator lab for the whole region as regional asset to support demographic data and production. Thank you.
I will respond to the youthful entrepreneur to say that our services are based on requests from member states. So we have embedded the training I talked about in the TVET program in the government of Kenya. And so it's guaranteed to support the young people and it's replicable. It's something we would be happy to do at the request of government, serve young entrepreneurs like yourselves.
Thank you very much. On ILO, we support also the national statistical bureaus in terms of incorporating labor-specific indicators in different countries where they are doing the national surveys. We work around the labor force surveys. We are supporting labor market information systems in different countries, but also we publish the World Employment and Social Outlook, a very interesting publication that I would suggest that if you have time to look at it. On the question of disability and youth, I started my presentation by sharing some statistics. So most of our work that we do, whether it's on skills, entrepreneurship, actually largely focuses on the youth and women. But we have disability inclusion specific projects that we are running in Kenya, in Tanzania, and I would just suggest you go to our website and you will get more of that information on a disability specific program. But also 2024, 2025, the ILO ran an advertisement for internship that was exclusively for youth with disability, because there was also the issue whereby within the UN system, how do you get the youth with disability getting those employment opportunities? Thank you. And I am wearing a Kenya-made cloth, a story that started, a young woman that started with a shop, and now she has 30 shops spread in East Africa and employs over 1,000. If you know Vivo, I will encourage you to go read that story. So that's the kind of scale up that I'm referring to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy to see Mr. Gatete in the room. So this is why I'm coming back on this question. You see, when I started and I was speaking about the fact that the route out of poverty is employment, that is very correct, but to a certain extent. What we need to now focus on also is the quality of those jobs. Because politically speaking, it's very good to say unemployment in Africa is very low, 6%, 7%, that's perfect. But what is the quality of those jobs that these Africans are holding? We are not talking about working poverty. I think we need to interrogate, how much are these people earning? What kind of health and safety standards they have? Are they unionized? Are these people able to lift themselves out of poverty? And yet they are working below the poverty line. I think that's very important, because then the issues of productivity come in, the informality, the informal economy is also there. So we need to work around that as well. And that also comes in with the second aspect, which is the gender pay gap. Where are women mostly employed? They're employed in sectors where the wages are suppressed, where the health and safety issues might not be conducive, and therefore they are not able to work themselves out of poverty in that sense. And therefore the males will always have higher incomes as compared to their female counterparts. So I thought that's a caveat that I needed to put in as far as working out of poverty is concerned. I thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you, panelists. I think that this conversation has been both a reflection and a projection, a chance to assess where we stand and what to make clear where we must go. So what we have heard today is not a repetition of all the ideas. It's a recommitment to action, relevance, and accountability. Africa's challenges are profound, but also so its potential. We must never forget that over half of the global poor live in Africa. Over 2/3 of the workforce operates in often vulnerable conditions. But we are also the continent of demographic dividend, of dynamic youth, of resource richness, and cultural strength. The direction we take now will determine whether those assets lead to transformation or stagnation. We are reminded that social development cannot be compartmentalized. It must be embedded across economic, environmental, and institutional agendas. As we are reminded that Africa is not waiting for permission to lead, it's offering, and then you showed it, models, partnerships, and the demographic energy that the world cannot ignore. As we move towards the Doha summit, let us carry forward the momentum of this today's dialogue. Let us be bold in articulating priorities. Let us be strategic in shaping our global outcomes. And above all, let us remain grounded in the realities of the people we serve. Thank you again to all the speakers and to the chair for guiding this session. I look forward to seeing how the outcomes of the discussion will echo in the halls of the next World Social Summit. I thank you, and over to you, Chair, for the closing.
Thank you. I would like us to appreciate the panel again. I want to, on my part and on behalf of the Bureau, to thank all of you for your interest in this topic. I want to say that it wasn't possible to take all the questions, but all the experts are still around, so you can still catch up with them for more explanation. I want to thank especially my wife who posted the question online. The question online was for my wife, so you push to clap for her. I said now, before, I would like to hand over to my chair to explain how the next session will look like. And I was determined, Madam Chair, not to go above 2 p.m. And I'm sure that I've succeeded in my test. Thank you very much.
Members accept as they take that photo moment, we make communication to buy time. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the chair, the panelists, and the moderators, and we who are seated here listening and those online. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause? Your Excellency. The Executive Secretary of UNECA, Gatete, Clever, and a team from UNECA, fellow politicians, those from the civil society, interreligious councils, technical teams from the different ministries. I want to say thank you. We are progressing well. We appreciate. So after this, we are supposed to break off for lunch. But before we go for lunch, I would want to inform you that this afternoon we shall have parallel meetings and discussions going on in different halls. We shall have rooms allocated to the different SDGs. So we are going to have one of good health and well-being, that is goal 3. It will be chaired by Honorable Dr. Ruth Jane Acheng, the Minister of Health in Uganda, in Shena Hall. Then we shall also have gender equality, that is goal 5, which will be chaired by Honorable Sering Faru Jie, who is from the Office of the Vice President in Gambia, in Victoria Room, but remember, is a Vice President in the Bureau. We shall have decent work and economic growth. This one will be, that is goal 8. It will be chaired by myself, and it will be in Albert Room. Then life underwater, that is goal 14, will be chaired by Honorable Fabrice David, and that is in the Mera Room. Please, if you look on the boards, they have indicated the rooms so that people are able to know where to go. Then the 5th one is partnership for the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. That is goal 17. It will be chaired by Honorable Olive Aho, the one who has been chairing here from Cameroon, and it will be here. That is going to remain here. So please, we are now going to break off for lunch, but also allow me take this opportunity to invite you Okay. So we are supposed to, before we go for lunch, I encourage you, please, let's go to see how we have progressed. Let's go and launch the knowledge fair, which is showcasing the good practices on the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. That is to do with SDGs. So it is our work. We can see the progress we have made so far. Then we go for lunch. Then after lunch, please, let's go to the different rooms. Choose where to go. You'll find the chair, you'll find the moderator, you'll find the panelists waiting for you. But since we have already entered into our time is 2 o'clock, I suggest let's go and have lunch for 1 hour. Let's move to the pool side, see how we are progressing, go for lunch, and lunch is going to be served. The VIPs go to the Sunset Minister. The VIPs, those are ministers and heads of delegations, go to Sunset. Then our teams go to the lakeside. Lunch is ready. Secretariat, can I request you come and make more announcements? If any, please, let's listen to the Secretariat before we move to the pool side to see the progress made so far in the knowledge fair. Please.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, leaning on the existing protocols. I won't add too much because I'm standing between you and lunch. I just want to invite you again to the poolside for us to go and experience what we've been discussing all these 3 days. Please let us go to the poolside. Thank you so much.
So members, we can now go for the knowledge fair and then lunch, then go to for the different SDGs. Your Excellency, Gatete, can we walk there? Please, thank you so much. Bon appetit.
Check 1 and 2. Check 1 and 2. Check 1 and 2.
Congo. Global development. Oh, I'm the one.
Excellency, dear delegate, welcome back from the lunch. We are already 1 hour late. I think it's important for us to kickstart now. So we're inviting everyone to walk to your seat so that we can start. And on this note, this panel discussion is on partnership for the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 of the African Union, the African we want. Without waste of time, I would like to invite the moderator of this panel to take over and invite panelists. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have already accumulated quite important delay in starting this session. So I will not really dwell in any background statement on the SDG 17. I will take this opportunity to thank all of you who are present in the room, and then also invite the distinguished panelists to join us on the floor here. I would want Mr. Kasangaki Stephen, the Commissioner on Cash and Policy Department at the Ministry of Finance of Uganda. Oh yeah, yeah, he's here with me already. So good. I'll invite also Dr. Olivier Chingyanga. Okay, he's here. Claudio Pakwaichi. Okay. Mr. Mohammed Malik, my good brother and resident coordinator in Nigeria, is here with us. My brother, join us here. And Dr. David Mujema. David is around? No. Not yet. Last, Mr. Cecile Njabet. Cecile? Okay, great. Welcome, Cecile. And then last but not the least, Mr. Philippe Schonkrok. Is he with us? Okay, great. There is, I'm looking for Fred, who is supposed to give us the key policy reflection. Is Fred with us? I saw him in the room a few minutes ago. Fred, if you are hiding anywhere, please join us here. Okay, I think that he will join us later. So let me again, without any further protocol, as from our panel, to invite my brother, what's his name? Fred. Great. Good to see you.
Bakari Dosso, the head of training and then researcher in IDEP, to give us a snapshot of the report on SDG 17. Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon. The reference document that will use for this presentation is the background document on partnership for the goals, which is you can find in the ECA paper smart portal. It is the ECA/RFSD/2025/9. The document was prepared by the ECA and OSA with contribution from UNICEF, UNDP, OHR, and others. The presentation intends to set the tone for the panel discussion that will follow, and will highlight key challenges and required action by partner. Oh, this one. Thank you very much. Achieving Africa's development goals necessitates a robust partnership at all levels, which includes the government, the private sector, development partner, regional institutions, and civil society. Both the Agenda 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063 have identified key enablers for the implementations. These include finance, innovation and technology, trade, data, and capacity building. Member states and other partners must commit to strengthen partnership. Okay. Okay. Member states and partners must commit to strengthening partnership to mobilize the resources and share knowledge and advance implementation of the two agenda. On the key issue one, which is financing for sustainable development, the key challenge is the continent face is a 200 billion annual SDG financing gap, which represents 7% of the continent's GDP, which is then urgent to explore new financing sources. This is happening in the context where the ODA is declining, and where when also that external debt is rising. And to address this challenge, member states must strengthen domestic resource mobilization through tax reform. The current tax to GDP ratio, which is below 15% on average, this is not sustainable to meet the financial requirements. So we need to reform the tax system. We also need to fight corruptions, because we know also the illicit financial flow is detrimental to the financing of the development. Above that, member states must also develop innovative financing mechanisms such as green bond, diaspora bond, and blended finance. Above all, we have to continue to push for global financial reform to better serve Africa's needs. On the key issue number 2, which is innovation and technology, as we know, the digital divide in Africa limits the economic growth. We have only 38% of Africans who use internet, compared to more than 80% somewhere else. Harnessing technology is key to unlock Africa's potential in the global economy. Member states must therefore expand resources to build the digital infrastructure, notably broadband access. We also have to strengthen R&D, invest in R&D, and to transform our local economy. Also, we have to adopt policy to promote cybersecurity and digital economy. On trade, we all know that trade is a powerful tool for economic transformations, job creation. But the unfortunate point is Africa's share in the global trade is very low, less than 3%. And the intra-African trade is about 15%, which is very low compared to other continents, and notably in Europe, for example, which is more than 60%. And the African Continental Free Trade Area gives us a unique opportunity to harness the potential of the continent in terms of structural transformation. So member states must therefore the implementation of the CFTA and eliminate non-tariff barriers, create the needed infrastructure for trade, and also strengthen trade facilitation. On statistics, which is the key issue 4, we all know that we need quality statistics to target policy intervention. But unfortunately, in our countries, we have only 60% of the country that lack timely data to track the SDGs progress effectively. During the last round of census, 2000 census, and we only have 39 countries who have undertaken census. So this is showing the weak statistical system, which undermine policy effectiveness and accountability. We must therefore invest in strengthening national statistical offices and regional data platform. We also have to invest not only in the NSOs, but also in the system, national statistical system, and regional statistical system as well, and invest in digital data collection or analysis. Promoting transparency in reporting and development indicator is very important for accountability. On the final key issue, which is capacity development for Africa transformation, we know that the human and institutional capacity is central across the board for Africa's ability to accelerate the implementation of the 2 agenda. Unfortunately, the continent continues to face key challenges, which is skill mismatch between our workforce and also the evolving labor market. Human resource planning also is lagging. We have the development plan, but unfortunately, we are not harnessing enough what human resource that we need to implement this plan. Member states, therefore, and partners must take bold and targeted action to expand public sector training and leadership program, because we need to empower decision makers. We also have to align the training and with national and continental priorities for integrated human resource planning. It's important to invest in digital skills and develop innovative learning models. We have to place science, technology, and innovation at the center because we know that we are in this era of AI and data analytics. It's important to put it in the core of the capacity building initiative. So, moderator, this is a snapshot of the document which is available with further detail. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Bakari, for this snapshot. There, as he said, the full report is available, and then you can access it online. But in a nutshell, I think that 5 years into the end of the time-bound target set for the SDGs, and 1 year into the development of the second 10-year action plan for Agenda 2063, we can see that things are not moving that well. He spoke about the SDG financing gap. He spoke about the need for domestic resource mobilization through innovative reform. He spoke about the digital divide, the digital transformation that is needed, the trade deficit we are still having in terms of assuming responsibility about critical development area, accountability, and the necessity to invest in the African Continental Free Trade Area agreement that is now the hope for Africa to boost intra-Africa trade and then try to meet some of the development, both agenda targets. I will move to the panelist and then call on the representative of the State Minister for Finance, Mr. Kasangaki Stephen, to first tell us about the Ugandan experience in implementing Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, and basically focusing on partnership and how it has proven most effective in advancing sustainable development. What are the lessons that we can learn from Uganda, and what are the lessons that Uganda can share with other African countries? Mr. Stephen, given the time constraint, I'll give you 3 minutes to unpack all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished panelists, colleagues, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for this opportunity to share Uganda's experience in implementing Agenda 2030 and 2063, with particular reference to how partnerships have driven our progress in sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, Uganda has witnessed significant strides in aligning its national plans with global and continental agendas. This progress has been possible largely due to the strength and diversity of partnerships, both domestic, regional, and international. 1, strengthening coordination through multi-sector platforms. In this regard, Uganda has institutionalized platforms such as the National Partnership Forum and the Local Development Partners Group. These have enhanced coordination accountability, and alignment of partner support with our national priorities. These frameworks provide for structured dialogue between the government and our development partners, and have played a pivotal role in harmonizing development assistance and ensuring its effectiveness. 2, financing development through strategic frameworks. Uganda has developed a public investment financing strategy and has also adopted the integrated national financing framework as a forward-looking strategy. Though its implementation is still in early stages, these frameworks reflect Uganda's commitment to developing a cohesive and diversified financing approach. This was supported by UNDP, European Union, and other partners, and they are designed to help integrate domestic resources, concessional financing, private equity, and climate finance into one financing aspect. 3, delivering infrastructure through public-private partnerships. On this note, I want to report that we have had a number of public-private partnership projects. These include those involved in the public infrastructure. For example, at the moment we are working on Kampala-Jinja Expressway that was structured and valued at $1.4 billion US. It is in its advanced planning stages, and plus others. We have had the partnerships in the hotel industry, in the road infrastructure. For example, even Serena Hotel, we partner around Kampala Serena, to mention but a few. 4, climate finance and innovation. I want to report that Uganda's target for climate finance related finances was $500 billion US for the last year. And we managed to surpass the target since we collected 552 million in the same year. This was achieved through partnerships with the multilateral institutions, bilateral, and the private sector. In this regard, key innovations included the climate finance facility that is currently housed under Uganda Development Bank and is supported by partners and designed to blend concessional and market-based finance. 5, leveraging diaspora and investment partnerships. Uganda continues to benefit from its diaspora, who remitted over $1.4 billion US in 2023. This contributed to investment and household income. In the same year, I want to report that our FDI, foreign direct investment, rose to approximately United States dollars 2.9 billion from the previous 1.4 billion in the previous year. This underscores our growing appeal as a regional investment hub. These gains reflect a strong bilateral and multilateral investment partnerships. What are the lessons that can be shared with other African countries? 1, institutionalized coordination enhances results. In this regard, through structured platforms like National Partnership Forum and the Local Development Partners Group, Uganda has fostered dialogue, avoided duplication, and built mutual accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, These partnerships have ensured that development efforts align with our national plans, such as National Development Plan 3 and 4, the 10-fold growth, and our ATMs, that is agricultural transformation, tourism, minerals, and science. 2, comprehensive financing strategies are essential. Okay. Development of public investment strategy and other related tools have demonstrated our effort to assess financing gap and consolidate financial flows and attract innovative capital for development. 3, PPPs, engagement, and local infrastructure potential. As I highlighted earlier, we have achieved a number of critical public infrastructure projects through partnering with the private sector. 4, broadened global and regional cooperation is strategic. Our participation in East African Community, COMESA, and recently BRICS, and the NAM, that is, and G77 plus China, has enhanced and boosted our position, both regional and global. 5, innovative finance must be embraced. Partnership with development banks and donors have enabled Uganda to explore non-traditional financing tools such as green bonds and blended finance. Our climate finance facility, for example, blends concession and private capital to support green and climate finance projects across key sectors. 6, diaspora engagement is a development asset. As I hinted earlier, we receive on average 1.4 billion, which is very critical for our development. In conclusion, Uganda has benefited a lot from these partnerships, and the similar partnerships can go a long way to support the implementation of SDG-related activities across the continent. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen. I would take away from your submission that one of the very important steps taken by the Ugandan government is to ensure that your endeavor align in this context of the implementation of SDG and then Agenda 2063, align with the national development plan of the country. And that one way of ensuring this partnership is to perceive it from an institutionalized manner. I also take away that you have been able to develop a system at the country level, including a public investment strategy, which help you to advance in a very coherent partnership. I finally took away that you have very much account on the diaspora to sustain the partnership effort in terms of resource mobilization, but also a very important point on the relationship between you and then the private sector, the PPP that has really helped to engage in infrastructure development. Those are points that you wish us to take forward in terms of sharing Ugandan experience with other countries. Thank you for your submission. The second panelist would be, I'm just trying to, Dr. Olivier Chingania. we have been talking about the challenge that we face in collecting in a very granular way data, and then ensure that data inform the implementation of the two agendas. The challenge is the gap in data available, the untrustworthiness of the data that are supposed to help analyze development strategy plan and then put them at the service of the implementation of the two agenda. I would want you to tell us how can investment in digital data collection and analytics enhance evidence-based policy making? What concrete steps are needed to strengthen national statistic offices and then regional data platform to improve financing data availability, quality, and accessibility for sustainable development? 3 minutes, Doctor.
Thank you, moderator. I'm on this side. I realize you're looking on the other side. Yes, I'm on this side. So, no, thank you very much, moderator. May I ride on what has already been observed in terms of protocol, and also to thank you and the audience for this opportunity to be here this afternoon. Some of the issues that you raised in your statement, in the preamble, are things that perhaps we already saw from the presentation that was made by the organizer of this session. And I believe that investment in digital data collection and analytics plays a very, very crucial role when it comes to enhancing evidence-based policymaking, to be able to provide timely, accurate, and actionable insights. And therefore, investing in the value chain of the data becomes critical in that sense. So in my view, I think some of the things that would trigger out of the investment in the digital data collection would include, among others, improving the data quality itself. What that actually means is that to be able to use digital tools, to be able to use the one to allow precision making, accuracy, and make data available in real time, unlike what we've had in the past. That would be one of them. And also what it means that if you invest into digital technology, it also means that having to manage the cost effectiveness and bring efficiency around reducing the time of data collection, reducing the time and the speed at which data processing takes place. And as well as, because of the automated system that are in there. What would this actually mean? It would mean that we become more effective in terms of resource allocation, because you are able to tell that, and also even in decision-making processes as well. One of the things I think that would also mean that if you invest into digitalization is the better integration of the various data sets from various sources of data. Once you do the integration, it means that you are able to collect information from different sets, from a number of different sources. And that will allow audience here to have cross-sectional decision areas, especially for more complex areas like climate change and healthy, that makes it much easier if one was to be able to invest that. The other part, I think that if you invest, is the issue of enhancing data analytics capacities. What do I mean here? It means that actually the use of artificial intelligence, the use of machine learning, big data in processing, which would lead in much, much deeper understanding and developing of better policy design, if one was to put it that way. So these are just some of the things I think that one would want to put in place to make sure that you gain from the investment in there. The latter part of the question that you raise is about what would be the concrete steps that would be required to do this. In my view, Chair, is that I think to finance or to improve financing and data availability in terms of quality and access for sustainable development would entail quite a number of things. And I think to me, it's very, very important that we build the national statistical system in terms of instituting capacity of these NSOs, including the regions themselves. And I think yesterday there was a bit of allusion to that perhaps we build capacity, not just at national statisticals, but also in the regions and beyond the regions as well. So in terms of the steps, in my view, Chair, would be that, first of all, I think we'd be looking at increasing the investment in the national statistical offices in terms of financing, allowing enough financing that goes both from the government and the partners. The government have a role The governments have a role to be able to put in resources, but also we can also tap in from the partners that are providing support towards statistical development. One of the issues I think that was also alluded by the previous speaker from Uganda was the PPPs, the private-private partnership. That is very important that we encourage the collaboration between the public-private tech companies in particular, because companies, the private sector companies that have tech savvy would actually be able to bring in additional resources and capacity within data digitalization. The second component, I think, in terms of the step, will be able to build technical capacity and skills. And I think yesterday I talked about a little bit about that how do we skill and reskill staff, the workforce, so to speak, in the areas of data science, digitalization technology, for them to be able to respond to these emerging issues that we are dealing about this time around. And also that would also mean establishing platforms across country and across to be able to collaborate. In other words, you put in systems that are able to collaborate across the country itself to be able to share the best practices, but also the technology advancement. The third step, I think, in my view, would be enhancing what I call data governance and standardization. What does actually that mean? It means developing standardization protocols for data collection, reporting and sharing within the country, but also across. And yesterday, again, we talked about regional integration, and I think there will be a lot of benefit from there, in addition to just the data privacy and the security. The fourth step, in my view, will be creating interoperable regional data platforms. Again, rising from the conversation that was said yesterday, and also the presentation that was made by the organizer, was how do we build an enhanced regional data platform to allow a better data sharing and integration between national statistical offices across the continent, and also being able to have open data and accessibility to these. And if this is done, Chair, in my view, that it will be able to promote the publication of data, and also in a very much open format, so to speak. The fifth, and not the least, I think would be what I would consider would be leverage technology for data collection. Again, here we're talking about encouraging the use of gadgets like mobile telephones, mobile phones, the GPS technology, remote sensing tools would be some of those. How do we access data that sits in the cloud? That sits with companies that have satellites would be one of them. How do we adopt data or use of big data itself and the use of artificial intelligence? And finally, Chair, I think that the sixth step to me would be to how do we promote multi-stakeholder collaboration? How do we bring several others to be part of that? Engaging the civil servant, the civil society, private sector, including the academia, becomes very critical. Of course, not forgetting our international organization as part of that, part of the multi-sectoral collaboration. And I think that strengthening the regional and the global networks also becomes very critical, because you cannot work in isolation as a country. How do we work with others at the regional as well as the global to be able to strengthen those networks, which should be aligned to the regional data collection efforts with the global frameworks. So I believe, Chair, that implementing some of these steps that I've aligned here in the National Statistical Office will become more efficient and capable of providing high-quality data that enables government to make informed evidence decisions to support the sustainable development. And I think that's what you stressed, by ensuring that the policies grounded on very reliable data, which is real time, and that also resources are made available and allocated effectively to meet the national as well as the global agenda, so to speak. And I leave it there, Chair, if there will be any additional question I can pick up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Olivier. I think that your CISA point articulations on how digitalization can improve digitalization of data, can improve development, strategy development and implementation, but also governance is very much well noted. But I would want just to take away that you most importantly told us that investing in the data value chain is critical through digitalization. One of the ways of achieving it is not just about investing public resources in improving the National Statistical Office's capacity and capability to achieve that, but also to venture in public-private partnership to ensure that. I will stop it there, and then thank you again for this, as we believe that digitalization of data in terms of its collection and then its analysis as it informs development of strategies is critical under current circumstances where we are very much invaded by the new challenge of artificial intelligence, as you just rightly informed. Thank you very much. My next speaker would be Claudio Pacualucci. I think this time I pronounced it very well.
Congratulations, first of all, for spelling my surname so well.
So the question that I would put to you, what role can international trade and investment play in advancing the implementation of the SDG in Africa? And from your experience, can you tell us how African countries strengthen their positioning to attract sustainable and then mutually beneficial foreign and direct investment, particularly from European partners such as Italy?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, moderator, colleagues. I know following a panel discussion after lunch is not easy, so I will try to spice it up with some, I would like to bring to your attention certain qualifying points, which I believe it's the topic of the day. You know, international trade in these days, it's a very hot topic. We refer to the U.S. administration tariffs. I was ready to discuss about the impact of the asymmetric tariffs that the U.S. was about to plan to adopt to the different African countries. They were rising from 50% to 10%. This morning I woke up, I found out that it has been frozen for 3 months. So it's a good news. But nevertheless, the situation is very uncertain. When you have such a dramatic change of scenario, international scenario, it's very difficult to forecast and to see what we can do together in the very next future. Nevertheless, also considering the fact that the international aid has been dramatically reduced towards Africa, towards other countries, I firmly believe that international trade, attraction FDI investments, inbound and outbound, are strictly correlated. And yes, they really can be a trigger for a developing and a sustainable achievement, attaining of the SDG goals, and most of all, to create a better welfare environment, situation where business can prosper, and this will be the road to attain the goals. Business and trade, let's say foreign trade, international trade, and investments, yes, are business, are a different approach rather than aids, international aids or charity, but still they are an important key to develop industry, to develop social welfare, to develop education. So it's important to consider these elements as a key and a trigger factor to achieving a better welfare. Of course, when I mean this, I refer to sustainable trade, fair, regulated, and well managed. So this is very important. The issues that we need to focus on. I wrote down some lines that will explain, to my view, which is the importance of trade, and trade strictly related to investment. We cannot separate dramatically the two concepts, because there are things that go along together extremely well. So trade, first of all, trade creates income and employment opportunities by opening up to global market for African products. You know, there is a huge gap in trade balance between Africa and Europe, Africa and United States. So we need to leverage this gap. We need to find ways to make African products more competitive into the European market, for example. We know as a European that our market is strictly regulated, but there is ongoing several processes to smooth this kind of regulation in order to create an easier, a smooth trade relationship between Africa. I mentioned, for example, the European Global Gateway Program, which is a comprehensive approach to strengthen, to reinforce the trade relationship between all the European Union and African countries. Second point, trade attracts investment and stimulates industries, especially manufacturing and services. The more we want to trade, the better infrastructures we need to have, the better industries we need to have. So it attracts investments. The role of international donors is very important. The role of third countries like Italy, for example, later on I will say something about what we are doing in Africa and for Africa. It's very important to attract foreign investments into African countries. But of course, we need that African countries will create a favorable platform in terms of regulations, in terms of safety, in terms of basic infrastructure. So this is something that also will develop and increase the trade relationship between countries. Investments in transport, logistics, energy, ICT. Some of the colleagues, they mentioned the huge digital divide that's still present in many countries of Africa. Nowadays, digital device is not anymore sustainable. We need to create a structure that allows anyone, every factory, every industry, every citizen to have access to the net. The sharing of information, sharing of documents, sharing of everything nowadays is indispensable, and we need to also create this favorable environment. Of course, agriculture is still one of the most important key sectors here in most African countries. So trade supports, as I was saying before, by creating a more favorable trade relationship between Africa and Europe, for example. Trade will boost investments in agriculture, which will lead to the improvement of products, more sophisticated products, more products which are in line with the very, and I have to say, very tough European standards. There are many. Also, one thing which I believe is very important to strengthen even more the intra-African free trade agreement and create positive action between different countries in order to make availability of your products in a country where there's not. I remember yesterday, for example, which was very meaningful. Honorable President of Tanzania said something very, in a sentence, he said something, sorry, Honorable President of Uganda, I'm very sorry for that. I just came back from Dar es Salaam, so I'm still a little bit confused. But anyways, he said that no metal unprocessed will leave the country so far. This is a very important thing. It means that this country here, and I really hope this will be an example for other countries, will not allow to send his richness, his wealth out without generating a supply chain in the country. This is very important. Also, this will help us to work more with those countries, knowing that there is a will to generate a structure, there is a will to generate a supply chain, and there is an interest to create added value, rather than just selling rare earth, rare products. As per for Italy, just to stay within my time, as per Italy, we are very, we're friends of Africa, first of all. We have been always friends since many generations ago. We don't have a colonial past, so we came here always with good intention and with intention to spread wealth and to generate business together. 2 years ago, the Italian government has announced a comprehensive program called Piano Mattei, which is a plan to generate industrial, trade, education, and cooperation strategies with Italy and European countries. It's a multi-billion program that will be deployed in the next several years. That's already started. And we're doing many things in Africa. One, for example, let me tell you an example here in Uganda. We are cooperating with the Minister of Agriculture to create a technological center to develop the harvesting of maize, which is one of the most important national products of the country. It means that we, as the Italian government, we are investing in training, we are investing in bringing technology here, we are investing in creating a structure that will be like a training school and the operational platform for many agriculture companies of this area. We do this because we believe that generating employment and generating business in the country will help the country to grow and to be more stable. We are doing the same project, for example, in Ethiopia in the stone carving industry with marble. So we are doing many things, and we hope that this will lead for a stronger cooperation between Italy and the African countries. Let me conclude. Thank you very much again. Let me conclude to say that the ball is in your field. The ball is in your field now. Africa has all the resources, the manpower, has the capacity to make a giant leap forward. But again, there are a few things that must be adjusted, and I refer to infrastructure, safety, digital divide, less tensions in some borders. It's important to create a safe area where foreign investments can be attracted and this will lead to a growth for local trade and external trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudio, for this submission. I will not really venture to summarize it, but I will just take it that trade attracts investment, and there's a necessity to have a very robust and then well-defined and trade relationship and opportunity at the international level to boost internal ability to advance in the implementation of a both agenda. So thank you very much for your contribution. My next panelist will be my brother Mohammed Malik Fall, the UN resident coordinator from Nigeria. I know that we have already shared some of your thoughts about this in other platforms, but here structural transformation is essential for sustainable development in Africa, as you have said earlier on. But using creative industries as an example, how can partnership across finance, innovation, trade, data, and capacity development be hastened to drive this transformation? And additionally, I want to add, what role can the UN agency play in supporting stronger stakeholders' partnership, mobilize the resources for inclusive and sustainable economic transformation? 3 minutes, my brother.
Thank you so much, moderator. Greeting to all my co-panelists. Let me just say, maybe I might, with your indulgence, I just wanted to deviate a bit from the topic as it was said. You know, coming from Nigeria and knowing how Nigeria now has become a powerhouse in the creative economy, I wanted to focus more about the partnership with art, culture, and creative industry, and how it's supporting the fast tracking of the SDGs. I just say that Nigeria is known in the continent and global stage for its demography, for its economic size. But there is one aspect also for which Nigeria is very much known. It's for its vibrant art, culture, industry, and that makes it really a powerhouse in the global creative economy. Reports say that Nollywood alone generates around $1 billion annually and employ over 1 million of people, including actor, director, producer, screenwriters, and countless number of support staff that work in the industry. But I think beyond direct employment also, it stimulates growth in long, a kind of long level of value chain, such as marketing, distribution, digital streaming, cinema operation. And now what we have seen is that the industry is attracting significant investment of platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, DSTV, and all of this content are investing in Nigeria and contributing to boost the economy and generate more employment. And I think the creative in Nigeria is important. And I was just highlighting the employment because if you know, that today Nigeria, because of the demographic size and some of the challenge that the country is confronted with, is facing a high level of youth unemployment, which is like around 34%, and creating this avenue for job is something which is important. But I just wanted to also say that the industry helped to create a kind of digital distribution platform, content creation hub, and production studio that are on the rise and that are contributing to also accelerate the broader digital economy in the context of Nigeria. Let me just maybe highlight 4 areas where the United Nations work in the entertainment sector in order to accelerate the SDGs and translate a partnership. One is the capacity of the creative sector to generate compelling stories. And one of the great examples we have is in the level of gender-based violence, where we have produced a movie called Defending Silence, which have really rocked in the countries and which have involved key actors whose voice was lended to these critical issues of gender equality, gender empowerment, and gender-based violence in the context of Nigeria. The second is how we leverage the influence of Nollywood actors and musicians to reach a larger section of audience on our SDG messaging. Recently I have been in touch with 3 maybe names that come to my mind. One is a singer called Patoranking. Another one is a actress called Funke. Another one, Kate Enshaw. When I just play around the number and look at the number of followers they have on the social media, those 3 actors totalize around, account for like 7-8 million followers just on Twitter, over 20 million on Instagram, just to tell you the kind of influence they have and what kind of message and what kind of difference it makes when they lend their voice to messaging around gender-based violence, around access to education, around protection of the environment, around poverty elevation, which is extremely critical. We have seen also the messaging going through other sectors such as HIV/AIDS, for which we know the country still have a big burden when it comes to absolute number. The third actor is that how we are mobilizing director, producer, and screenwriter in the industry to develop movie on any SDG. We have started a competition that we call the SDG Film Competition. I think 2023 was the first edition, where we come up with the participation and 73 entries. A year later, 2024, we repeated. We have reached 2,250 entries. And last week, we launched it in Lagos, in Abuja, and expecting now the competition to culminate around August. But I'm sure that this year we will go far beyond 3,000 entries that will be there. But let me just also say that how the prominent actors use their resources and influence for specific initiative aiming at achieving the SDG. And one of the examples is an ambassador called Uze Usman, a well-known actor and film producer who is reaching out to the young people in the northern part of Nigeria, helping them to start small-scale enterprises, small-scale business, and this is part of also the fight against poverty. We have seen also broad coalition of singers supporting programs like immunization or supporting programs like malnutrition, for which Nigeria carry a big caseload. Just to give those examples to show how the art, the culture, and the creative industry is working with the United Nations, not only the UN itself, but also with specific and specialized agencies to address some key aspects of the SDG and helping to create breakthrough, but also as a sector, how they contribute to develop the economy, how they contribute to the digital economy, and how they contribute to generate employment for young people. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you. One round of applause for very creative. No, thank you very much for this. I think that the reference to the culture of a creative industry, using the Nollywood, the movie industry example, is very much important to take away. And then how the profit generated through that is a booster to the economy and then stimulate the economy, the growth, as you say. I also took away how the UN is partnering with particular key figures of this creative industry to create narratives in favor of the dissemination and then also the implementation of the SDG. You gave a very concrete example on how this works and then how also this contributed to the overall deconstructions of the business as usual concept as we move forward in accelerating the SDGs that are still behind, that are not on the track now. Very creative contribution, not the country, the framework of cooperation, not the common country analysis, but something very, very creative that we can take home. Thank you very much for this contribution. My next contributor would be Dr. Mujema David. What is it? Not here? Okay. He's not with us. So I will go to the next one. Mrs. Cecile Njebet, the founder and president of African Women Network for Community Management and Forest in Cameroon. Madam Cecile, what specific actions are needed to ensure gender inclusive partnership for sustainable development from your perspective? And how can women networks and grassroots organizations be better integrated into the global and regional effort? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard since yesterday or the day before yesterday that the African priorities are at the following. We have poverty eradication, we have full employment and decent work for all, inclusivity and social integration, leaving no one behind, and also full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the goals of the Agenda 2063. We also heard from the joint SDG 17 background report that we need effective partnership if we want to achieve the SDGs, leverage the collective expertise and resource of various stakeholders. There are significant barriers that need to be addressed, including limited coordination, resource allocation disparities, capacity gaps, systemic hurdles, and data limitations. And we need a stronger, more equitable partnership to effectively address these challenges and accelerate progress towards achieving the SDGs. We know we have an agreement that women have something to play into this. And from our own experiences, working with women network and grassroots organizations for many years, we can share with you that there are still exist many constraints that limit the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. There is a lack of trust that limits the development of effective partnership between women's network and grassroots organizations and other partners. Currently, we are seeing government rolling back some gains such as gender ministry and also reducing investment in gender responsive approaches. And this support often comes from donors. So based on all this, the patriarchal system, socioeconomic norms, and religious conceptions that very often exclude women and girls from possession and control of land and access to decision-making structure. It is also reported that only 1% of the global funding is invested in women's rights organizations. And we also see, of course, we have to also share that some promising initiative on the ground that improve women's and girls' security tenure and their access to justice. Based on this context, Mr. Chair, we have 5 key actions that we want to suggest. Strengthen the AU process to ensure women's network and grassroots organizations are able to engage meaningfully, and the mapping of women's network and grassroots organizations at national, regional, and global level. Seek support and promote their effective participation in gender-responsive policy development and implementation that meet their needs. This has to do with elimination of gender-based violence and harassment, secure tenure to land, forests, and other natural resources, access to decision-making, access to STEM, promising initiatives that address culture and systemic change. The third action is to promote, build trust, and support multi-stakeholder partnership between national government, private sector, regional institutions, UN bodies, development partners, etc., and women network and grassroots organizations. The fourth action is to mobilize gender-responsive financing for women's network and grassroots organizations, including developing mechanisms to ensure access to appropriate funding to improve women's and girls' reliance to climate change, upscaling women's effort in biodiversity conservation, sustainable management of forests, and in ecosystem restoration. It also includes investing in women entrepreneurship and leadership, including women in business, and ensuring women's access to capital and climate finance. And the fifth action, Mr. Chair, is addressed directly and exclusively to government. The government should increase domestic resources for the health, education, social justice, social protection, security mechanisms, democracy and peace, sexual and reproductive health, and information. They are critical to ensuring the current and future generation are able to deliver on the promise of sustainable development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much, Mrs. Cecile, for this submission. Your 5-point action focus are very much noted, but I also wish us to take away that for a gender-inclusive partnership to ensure sustainable development, we need to recontextualize the practices and then the reality that perpetuate patriarchal systems, and then regressive norms that prevent women to fully participate in this process, including Women Association and Women Network. So thank you very much. Last but not the least, my next panelist is Felipe Schoenrock, the Director of International Strategic Thinking in Bogota. Felipe, what concrete action can leverage a partnership in sciences, technology, and innovation for sustainable development in Africa? How can partnerships support capacity building for transformative change? 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, colleagues. I know it's hard to speak after everyone here, and if I would have known that Mohammed was actually bringing Netflix into the equation, I would have put a little bit more tropical flavor in my wording, coming from Latin America and the Caribbean. But let me come back to your question, and more than telling what could be done, I would like to share some of the experiences that we have seen through our research being a think tank, and it's throughout the Global South where we have seen that policy making is under-resourced, and this is where think tanks, academia, and research institutes have been providing evidence-based research to inform policy decisions and to promote also effective governance. And therefore, so far, what have we learned for an effective partnership in order to work cross-regional, for example, between Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa? First of all, we having right now real-world value being produced by multi-stakeholder partnerships that we are not monitoring nor documenting, and therefore we are not learning from it. Second, we see that governments are more likely to engage with research institutions and think tanks that can actually support actions across multiple policy areas. And we just heard some of the panelists talking about data, but you need also to interpret data, understand it, and then transfer it to decision-making processes. And this is where actually we need that capacities of partnerships. And across all regions of the Global South, we have been seeing that the most successful examples of partnerships are those that establish actually a proof of concept, build trust, and adapt and iterate the value of proposition over time. And I'm saying this because it's very important where we are coming from to create that trust. And trust is not created simply by a mission, jumping into a country, being here 3 days and giving good ideas. It is throughout the years to building that trust, that flexible possibility to create bridges among stakeholders. And I believe it is also looking at the main challenges and opportunities that we have, that we should have 5 points. I will follow my Cecile in 5 points ideas about what we should have in mind when it comes to partnership across regions. First of all, it has to be inclusive and diverse. And it has to be co-created and participatory. I believe in co-creation and participation, but we need enabling environments to do so. I think we have to be transparent and accountable. And I'm saying this to everyone, not only to governments and international organizations. We also need to be accountable when it comes to research institutions, civil society, and other stakeholders in order to create impact together. The fourth, it's adaptability and flexibility. I've been coming and working with Africa now for over a decade, actually 2, to be more precise. And it looks very different, like Latin America and the Caribbean looks very different in the last 20 years. And we have made great progress, but that great progress, we had to be flexible and adapt to it as well. And I believe that is something very important, that our strategies are not written in marble, but much more they are adapting to the situations. And all of us are trying to adapt to our new realities that we are facing. And those are not simply easy. And the last, it's the South-South cooperation. I believe we have to prioritize regional and cross-regional cooperation for contextualized solutions. We have a lot of common challenges, but we also have a lot of common solutions if we work on strong partnerships that are enabled through a strong enabling environment mechanisms of Southern partners working together. And those, Mr. Chair, are some of my reflections, ideas, and also evidence that we have brought from the years of researching and learning from each other. So I'm grateful that you gave me the opportunity to share those. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. Even though you believe that policy making is in the resource, I think the think tank like yours are there to bridge the gap and then help articulate multi-stakeholder partnership based on what you identify so rightly as inclusivity, as a diversity, as a co-creation, as adaptability, and then the necessity to frame all this in the South-South cooperation, especially when it's about on the SDGs, and then the Agenda 2063 focus on Africa. I thank you very much for that contribution and takeaway. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this session. Now we have come to the end of the submission of our panelists. I will wish to open the floor for some take from the audience. Because we have started this 1 hour late, I would want also to exercise my authority as moderator to restrict a little bit the number of people who take the floor, and then limit the floor taken to 1 minute. I see one hand here. Josephine.
Pas de problème.
Pardon? Who is talking? Somebody is talking?
Burkina Faso.
Okay, Burkina Faso. J'ai vu deux là.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. OK. Benin. Yes, Josephine. Sorry? Sorry? I can't see anything.
RDC.
RDC. Okay. Let's limit it to these 5 for now, and then each with 1 minute. Okay. It's not just. Please go ahead. Please be mindful of the time. 1 minute, please. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
D'accord. Merci. Excuse me, I'm going to be speaking in French. First, I would like to thank.
Please. She's the one who is starting. She asked the floor first. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Shoko from Zimbabwe. I work with startups and I lead an organization in STEM education. Mine is rather a comment just to say I think we're forgetting an important part of partnerships, and that's the community. I'll just take an example because I work in the science and tech innovation space. Do you know that a Raspberry Pi, which is a small computer that helps you learn how to use AI and just different systems, costs $40, $30 to $40, and that's 2 goats or 1 goat, right? If the community understands the importance of STEM, the importance of digitalization, or this, they can play a part. I think we should also regard them not just as beneficiaries, but as partners in different ways. One last example we're doing, because we're turning classrooms into labs as part of our work, and we're getting communities to build what they can, lay a foundation, make bricks, and cut so that when we come in, the cost is less. And that way, they can be beneficiaries. Let's take it from the bottom up as we also build and consider them as partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well taken. Community partnership. Benin? 1 minute, please.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Yes, thank you very much.
Alors, il est montré que
it is established that the partnership we are developing today is not working very well because the resources are not available. We have already shown what type of resources are available. So I have a question. In terms of technical partnership, no problem. But in terms of resources, aren't we too ambitious? Over the next 5 years, when we look at the levels since 2015, and we hadn't even focused or provided for COVID-19, perhaps we should be adjusting things so that we can be able to achieve objectives, because if we keep the levels set in 2015, we might be shooting ourselves in the foot. Perhaps we should review things, even the levels, the targets, look at those targets so that we can actually be able to achieve them, because we hadn't focused on most of the things that happened.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I take your read that the partnership is not working. And then a question to the panelists, I think they will have the opportunity to respond to you. Burkina Faso? 1 minute, please.
Bien,
Please
merci.
OK.
Ça sera plus vite que ça. Bien, je voulais vraiment compléter.
Let me be brief. I'd like to add on to Dr. Olivier, and I appreciate his presentation, and I share what he has said, but I'd like to complement saying that we are in a context of insecurity in many countries. I suggest, therefore, that the different African organizations take note of the preparation of methodologies to make sure that we have better conditions of work in the situation of insecurity. The second thing that I want to say is that we should make sure that we have the autonomy of organs that collect data so that we can have independence and better data which is can be usable. Then the third thing, which is actually an advocacy. When I look in the room, we are underrepresented. I was looking for colleagues of INS, but I don't see any. And I can see only Burundi, which is there, but others are not there. This is something that I'd like to make as a play. If we were to talk about such issues, we should really be present. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois que Olivier.
Thank you very much. I think Olivier is around and he will be able to take due note of what you said. Now, let me give the floor to the next person. That's Côte d'Ivoire. Try to be really brief, please. Many thanks, Chair. Permit me to talk about 2 items very quickly. The first one is sharing experience in the area of partnerships in Côte d'Ivoire. In the third national plan for development since the crisis, the COVID-19. But in this plan, we organize what we call a round table. We make plans, we organize roundtables with different partners to support us in mobilizing resources so that we can have enough resources to go through this experience. The second thing which I want to talk about is the cause of the last speaker, and I concur with him. We need to encourage South-South cooperation. We're in the area of regional project development, which need to develop so that countries can develop in turn. If you don't have enough money for that, then regional project development will be a problem and we won't be able to achieve our results. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Many thanks. I think that the panelists have listened and they're going to answer these concerns that have been expressed by the participants. Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the floor. My name is Professor Boniface Mbokola Isine from the University of Kinshasa and General Director of the National Center for Research on Climate Change. Now, what I would like to say is that you have 1 minute, please. No, I want to talk about components and partnerships. I won't go into so many details, but I'd like to say that Africa needs enlarged partnerships and a stronger feeling of ownership of its development programs. In that regard, the African governments must promote an environment that is conducive to the establishment of partnerships which are effective, while making sure that they sufficiently conserve and keep independence within those partnerships so that they can protect the public interest in an adequate manner. That's the recommendation which I would like to make, and I said it earlier on, and I thank you for your attention. Many thanks. Do we have any questions for participants who are online. Do we have anyone online who would like to say something?
S'il n'y a personne qui fait
In
le
the absence of
monitoring de ces questions-là,
that,
je vais
then
donner la
let me
parole
give
à
the
la
floor to
dernière personne,
the last person.
et puis nous allons
Then
clore
we will
cette séance de
close
questions.
this session of questions. Yes, madam.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Juste,
I have a question on partnerships. I'd like to know whether the contribution of NGOs is taken on board in partnerships, their contribution in terms of funds and interventions with partnerships with other organizations. Is it considered also in the partnerships? I'm wondering. I have a contribution with regard to the partnerships too. I'd like to talk about the need to have resilient approaches given the different economic shocks which we face these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we have come to the end of this question from the floor. I will, for purpose of time, I will not really venture in summarizing the whole conversation or the entire exchange. But I just have three things to point to that arose from what I hear this afternoon, which are, in my view, very critical in sustaining the very needed partnership that is required for advancing and the already very sluggish implementation of SDG 2030 and then Agenda 2063. The first one is the necessity to create and institutionalize a framework for conducive and then also very much a progressive partnership. This is very, very key. This is what I see, I hear from you. The second thing is about the creativity of that partnership that is extremely important to allow us to work out of the bosses and then provide incentive for different stakeholders to be part of the very difficult process of implementing these two agendas. The third one is about the co-owning and then the co-creation, including the involvement of a community and then Yes, I'm coming to it. And then the co-creation element, and of course, the last point is about the public-private partnership that I hear through the loop of digitalizations and the gender sensitivity in all the input that we have provided. Before I give the floor to the to the colleagues who would provide us with the summary and then get the policy takeaway and then recommendation. My dear brother Fred, I would want to give the floor to the panelists, each 1 minute, to respond to direct question that has been put to you, or to offer reflection and thought that can be reflected in the outcome document of this session. So let me start in the same order with the first one. Stephen? If you don't have anything, it's also fine.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I will respond to the question raised by the lady from Senegal. It was about NGOs. It is true, indeed, NGOs are part and parcel of the implementation of our programs. In Uganda, we work closely. We have NGO board and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and they implement with the government concurrently. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Stephen. Take the floor.
Very quickly. Thank you very much. I think the first one from Zimbabwe was a comment, so not and perhaps maybe not necessarily a comment, but also the urging that the community must be part of it, and urging that we should have a bottom-up approach, which I totally agree that the community must be involved. When we are dealing about digitalization, sensitization of the community to be very critical. On the review of SDGs, I fully agree. We only have 5 years to go. And my argument in my capacity, when I talk about some of these things, I think countries should begin to concentrate in areas where they have yellows and be able to plug those ones to green. Because if we spend a lot of time looking at the grays, the areas we're not doing very well, it's not possible. If you have not done them in 10 years, what makes us think that we can manage to do them in 5 years? So I think focusing on areas that are aligned to the national strategies, development plans becomes very critical. Issue of autonomy, very true, and I want to agree with, I think, a colleague from Burkina Faso. This is something that we need to work on very quickly to make sure that the national statistical offices are transparent and provide the autonomy that is required. The South-South cooperation. One of the things that we're trying to advocate for is the twinning of the national statistical offices. Some offices already are beginning to twin within the continent, but also twinning with others. And there we are talking about learning from each other, peer learning and so forth. But maybe in the interest of time, maybe that's something we can discuss on the side. The expanded partnership from GRC, I also agree with that, but I also to extend it to say trusted partnership. It must be a win-win because you can be in partnership, but actually you're not trusting each other. So it's trusted partnership, not just expanded. I wanted to say that. Let me leave it there. Maybe we can speak some of these things on the side, given that we don't have the time. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. My brother, Malik? 1 minute.
No, I don't think I have specific response to give. Maybe just to expand a bit on the role of the community and the outreach to the civil society. It's important. It's very difficult when you have 5 minutes to articulate some of these points. But one part of the engagement we have with the art and culture industry, it is also to increase that outreach because we know how popular they are. We know how they can penetrate into the last mile, to the farthest, to the hard-to-reach communities, and through film, through radio, through a number of programs. This is what we have in mind in terms of community mobilization, but in terms of also increased awareness, because some of the obstacles to the SDG are linked also to entrenched social norm. And I think using this industry is part of also what she was talking about as a concept. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cecile?
Thank you. Yes, I'm joining comment from the lady from Zimbabwe to say that the community are the basis of the partnership. And in those communities, we have to distinguish women and men and youth, and young people, which are making things happen on the ground and who are almost left behind in this partnership. I'm also rejoining the DRC to say that we need to build trust. The problem is trust. And women are experiencing that issue, that challenge. How can we build trust to develop all this partnership we are looking for? Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Last but not least, Philip?
I believe everything has been said, but I want to emphasize on the South-South cooperation and the investment. Everything that I have heard today from colleagues actually relate to it. So it's better to have good practices put on the table and learn from each other, which definitely makes us stronger together in these times where we most need it.
Thank you. Now we have come to the end of this exchange, this conversation. It is my pleasure to call on Dr. Fred Humuza, who is the development economist at Makerere Business School, to offer us his final input on key policy reflection and takeaway. Dr. Fred, 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Task for me to summarize the 2-hour session in 3 minutes. So if you don't hear it, I have it on paper, but I will not have read it. We've talked of the financing challenges, and the recommendation was to increase domestic resource mobilization that will take tax reforms, de-risking investments, developing domestic capital markets, but also creating, tapping into innovative financing, things of green bonds, diaspora bonds, and others, reforming the global financial architecture, about Africa having limited trade within itself and in the global level. We need to address the tariffs and non-tariff barriers, but also to improve the trade infrastructure. We've talked of weak alignment in human resource planning and national development, where there is a need of leveraging partnerships between South and the North to train the required human resources, but also the South to South partnerships. Tapping the public-private partnerships was mentioned as a critical area that needs to be brought on board, and continuing to refine and improving the partnerships with the development partners. They are still relevant no matter what goes on, and we need to continue these engagements. On data issues, data quality improvement strategies need to be done right from collection of the data, and approaches should span tapping the digital capabilities of both collecting and analyzing data. We need to emphasize real-time usage to increase the relevancy and the timeliness of the data. Enhancing data analytical capacities, including machine-based analysis, and then increasing also the data systems by tapping the different entities that create the data. On international trade, it was mentioned that we need to leverage existing data network, trade networks and groups and relations within Africa and beyond, developing the infrastructure, transport, and ICT so that we can enhance and move faster and increase the efficiencies. Special attention to be made to agriculture to meet the required global standards and meaningful trade, and ensuring products of higher value. A quote was made of President Museveni saying we should not be engaging in unprocessed products. On the issue of the data structural transformations, the UN agencies generating compelling stories, and I think mention was made, a very good mention of leveraging the creative industry. There are social media and artists who can be very good influencers, who will also carry the messages across, since they have a big following that already exists, but also investing the profits that come out of the creative and arts industry to boost, especially the SDGs that are still lagging behind. Gender inclusiveness partnerships for sustainable development and integration of women networks and grassroots organizations. This should be better done for global and regional efforts to be realized and enhanced. The need for strong and more effective agreement and coordination systems to strengthen the African Union processes for women to make meaningful engagements and contributions. But also the mapping of women networks and promoting systems and institutions that support women partnerships. Government should increase domestic resource mobilization and allocations to health, education, and environmental protection, among the others. Research and knowledge, evidence to be included, and increasing analytics of data, sharing and information, building flexibility and adaptability, and promoting and prioritizing South-to-South cooperation. Finally, moderator, there were issues of ensuring relevancy and inclusion of communities as partners, not just as beneficiaries. We need to tap the culture and the communities to do outreach and cover the last mile. The contribution of NGOs should be considered and highly included. Ownership of the processes and partnerships. And again, as we've said, in these last 5 years, we need to prioritize the SDGs that are lagging behind and make sure every yellow is turned into green now that the time is counting on us. Thank you, moderator, and the audience for your kind attention. This will be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fred, for this very straight to the point and a comprehensive takeaway and a reflection of what has been shared in terms of contribution by our panelists and then also the audience during this SDG 17 conversation. It is my, I will not dwell into any comment or reflection on your policy takeaway. We will have another opportunity to really provide a more specific input to that, and then how we refine it for it to be eligible to the final report. But now it is my my honor to hand the floor back to the chair for his closing remark. Chair.
Thank you, moderator. Dear audience, can we congratulate the panel for a job well done? As we close this panel now, given that my boss, the chair of the bureau, is already around, I would like to reiterate one takeaway that I got from the father of this nation yesterday when he said partners should be out of Africa, and within Africa, it should be brotherhood and sisterhood. So as we discuss about partnership, we should know that within Africa, it's about brotherhood and sisterhood. And so as we are analyzing this morning, we're just thinking among ourselves about the issue of visas and barriers moving from one country to another in Africa. And we're asking ourselves, whether can you block your door from a brother or from a sister? And the answer was no. So let's reflect on this topic of partnership. Thank you very much as I hand over to my boss, the chair. Thank you.
Welcome back from the parallel meetings. SDG 17, can you clear the floor? SDG 17, can you clear the floor? SDG 17 partnership, can you leave the stage? They've enjoyed that they don't even want to leave. SDG 17. Thank you, thank you. Whoever brought pictures, please don't leave the audience to come for pictures. These pictures are for only those who have been at the front here. Thank you so much. Can we clap for them as they leave the stage? Members, colleagues, welcome back from the parallel meetings. We are now going to have our agenda 8F, reports on the parallel meetings. I note that majority rapporteurs have come back. So I want us to begin. Please take your seats. This is the session for us to know about the 5 SDGs, and then we get full package that will constitute the Kampala Declaration tomorrow. So I therefore want to invite the rapporteurs, please. Can you come in front? Rapporteur for Good Health and Well-being. Where's the rapporteur for Good Health and Well-being? Secretariat, is that team back? Which was chaired by Honorable Ruth Acheng, General Ruth Acheng. Go and bring them, because if we are to say they are concluding, they will never finish because the work is much. Can we have the rapporteur for gender equality? Rapporteur for gender equality, come and take your seat. Rapporteur for gender equality, come and take your seat. Then we have also rapporteur for decent work and economic growth. Decent work and economic growth. Rapporteur, please come and take your seat. Rapporteur for life below water. Life below water. Life below water. Then rapporteur for partnerships. Partnerships. Secretariat, can you help and call all the teams to come back so that we share? This session is for us to understand challenges with the 5 SDGs, challenges and solutions. Secretariat, they are there, they are going, they are going, they are there, they are there, they are going. Secretariat, those from UNECA, those from ICA, those from the UN family, those from the Office of the Prime Minister, Uganda. Please, can you go and bring those people from the different halls to come and make presentation? It will be good for us to have all the presentations when we are all back so that we share. Members, I want to suggest that for us who are here, let's begin. In the interest of time, they'll find us. Can you please take your seats and we begin? And the team which is ready, surprisingly, is my team where I've been the chair. So if you don't, we can only represent this and go away. Members, can you take your seats? I now give the floor to the rapporteur for the sub-theme of decent work and economic growth. And I'm giving her 5 minutes. Decent work and economic growth. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reporting on the session on the parallel event on decent work and economic growth. The participants discussed extensively on issues surrounding the employment situation and economic growth situation in the country. Some of the statistics had been highlighted before, which included the fact that we have 9 of the 20 fastest growing economies, but productivity is low. We found that African middle-income countries were lagging behind low-income countries in many indicators of SDG 8, and that the economies continue to be dominated by informal sector. Youth unemployment remains a challenge, with youth not in employment, education and training persisting at 22.5%, remaining largely unchanged since 2015. Child labor is persistent, with 1 in 5 children, 92.2 million, between the ages of 5 to 17, being employed in 2020. We were also made aware of the fact that 80% of disabilities are invincible, and 80% of people with disabilities are in developing countries. In light of the discussion, the forum agreed on the following key messages. It was highlighted that it is important to localize and integrate the SDGs and Agenda 2063 into our plans. We need to adopt pro-employment macroeconomic policies, strategic industrial policies, export-led growth, and seek to diversify our economies. It is essential that we create pathways for informal workers and businesses to transition to formal employment. Heavy investment is needed in education. We need to integrate training, job matching, financial support for youth, and participation of youth in policy design. It is imperative that we invest in ICT infrastructure, digital skills, and innovation to drive economic growth. There was a call to increase support for trade-related infrastructure and capacity building, and importantly, to connect countries. We talked about the fact that we need to improve knowledge sharing and coordination within ministries, departments, and agencies to ensure integrated planning, reduce inefficiencies, and ensure monitoring of development priorities. We also spoke about increasing access to work opportunities for people with disabilities, including providing accessible devices and technologies for them. We mentioned that it is important to promote local tourism and trade both within our countries and between our countries. We noted that the youth and women need to be involved in the conversations and implementation of plans. We talked about the fact that we need to put people at the center of any development through a human rights-based approach. We noted that we needed to be deliberate and intentional to ensure that financing initiatives that have been evolved by the ILO are implemented. We noted that the curriculum on entrepreneurship needs to be improved to better match industrial demands. We also talked about the fact that direct initiatives on financial governance and systems and marketing was needed for SMEs. We noted that we need to find ways to grow SMEs by reducing taxes, operationalizing the value addition, and ensuring there is market so that the little capital invested are not spent for other needs. Unpaid care should be acknowledged, recognized, and redistributed, and also budgeted for. Migration should be considered when dealing with movement of people and businesses. National businesses should be given incentives just as is being given to foreign investors. We need to ensure value addition and increased wealth for the farmers, for example, by enabling cottage industries. Strong labor standards and adherence to labor rights, e.g. equal rights and labor unions, are not optional and are the foundation for inclusive growth. We need to have different strategies in place to align our educational system to be close to those in developed countries to ensure that we are competitive. Mental and psychosocial support should be improved in the workplaces, and we should ensure that there are legal interventions to ensure the same. Implementation of these interventions and ensuring buy-in by employers is important. We noted that governments needed to empower workers to be able to speak out and have feedback mechanisms to ensure human rights for workers. We noted as well that CSOs and NGOs are key and they should be represented at the high-level policy-making platforms. We also need conducive working conditions for these organizations as they are providing capacity building and opportunities for the most vulnerable. And finally, we noted that demonstration of political commitment for economic growth and employment is key. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, back to you, Madam.
Thank you so much, Rapporteur, for decent work and economic growth. Can we clap for her?
I have for...
Who is ready? Yes, please, rapporteurs, come in front. Come and take your seats. Rapporteurs, come and take your seats, please. That was decent work and economic growth. Who is ready? Good health and well-being. Are you ready? Good health and well-being. You put up your hand. Yes, you take your seat. Take your seat. Gender equality. You ready? Take your seat. And then we have life below water. Are you ready? Life below water. Honorable Fabrice, David, are we ready?
Not yet.
Don't delay below water. Please come.
We are still underwater.
Partnerships. Partnerships. Rapporteur for partnerships. Are we ready? Okay, now let's have good health and well-being. Rapporteur for good health and well-being. Are we ready? Are you ready?
1 minute.
They want 1 more minute to be ready. So can we have your gender equality? Yes, please. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let's get our messages.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Okay. I think so.
Yeah, you do it where you are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Excellencies, I have the pleasure to present the outcomes for Sustainable Development Goal 5, Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. My name is Angela Nakafero, Commissioner Gender and Women Affairs, Minister of Gender, Labor, Social Development. Madam Chair, we had quite a number of activities. We had a pre-event And out of that pre-event, we were able to come up with a number of recommendations. Under SDG 3, one was to increase sustainable financing for sexual reproductive health and sexuality education. Under SDG 5, we had gender responsive policies and budgets, shifting social norms and harmful practices, and this also goes in line with those that perpetuate gender-based violence. Strengthening the women's movement to drive positive change, women's leadership, women in science, technology, and mathematics. Under SDG 8, we had skilling and technical education for women and girls, equitable distribution of unpaid care and support work, including transforming the norms around it, green jobs and control over resources, inclusive and safe work environment. SDG 14, empower women in coastal and fishing communities, support women's participation in marine and ocean-related organizations. And then finally, under SDG 17, there's the aspect of generation of gender data and systems for evidence-based policies, programming and laws, including accountability, equitable tax systems and increased domestic financing and partnerships with the private sector. We had a background paper by ECA, and these are the priorities. Prioritize the elimination of discriminatory laws and transform discriminatory gender norms and harmful practices. Strengthen women and girls' participation in the economy. Integrate gender perspectives in statistical systems. Increase the participation of women and girls in the public and political life. 5, implement gender responsive budgeting and improve resource allocation to gender responsive and transformative initiatives. 6, address the care policy gaps and increase government's expenditures on social protection. 7, improve intergovernmental coordination to meet gender equality commitments, as enshrined in the number of commitments that African Union member states have adopted, as well as our existing laws and policies. We've just concluded a pilot session on the SDG 5, and these are the key areas that we've agreed upon. Enhance support for rural women through development of local cooperatives by working with other ministries and empower women and girls, particularly those living in crisis zones, and access innovative business approaches. Africa to advocate for the integrated approach to address poverty, inequality, decent work, social inclusion, focus on gender equality, youth empowerment, and actionable commitments for sustainable development. Investing in the care and support economy, bridging the digital divide, promoting green energy, expanding social protection systems, leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area, and ensuring domestic financing for gender equality initiatives. Enhancing political will to support civic space and resources for women-led organizations, and create social change against harmful practices. Private sector-driven development, including promoting financial inclusion and tailor solutions that are affordable in terms of supporting knowledge generation, digital platforms, and partnerships. There's the aspect of scaling up transformative research to make research visible, as well as ensuring that we have homegrown laws and policies that are based on the existing evidence and data. Honorable Chair, as terms of moving forward, this is our call for action in terms of scaling up equitable and inclusive job creation, economic growth for women and girls in Africa through gender responsive, transformative, science and evidence-based solutions. One, we need to prioritize gender perspectives, responsiveness in all our economic policies, ensure access to education, skills development and training, support women's participation in decision-making and leadership, strengthen gender disaggregated data, collection and utilization in terms of informing our development agenda. As we conclude, Chair, we are calling upon governments to take bold and coordinated actions to ensure that women and girls are not left behind in pursuit of their economic prosperity, technological advancement, and environmental sustainability. We are equally calling upon the alignment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Agenda 63, and of course, African governments where they are driving, achieving gender equality, lifting women out of poverty, and fostering more equitable, thriving, and resilient economies. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I submit. Thank you.
A round of applause for gender equality team. Please, let's give it to them again. Can we have, can I have the rapporteur for the sub-theme of partnerships?
If you want, you stay there. If you want, you go there. So you choose where you want to go. No, let him first present. I saw you finishing up. It's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and colleagues in the room. This team on partnerships just concluded in this very room a short while ago, and the agreement on action points, takeaways was on increasing domestic resource mobilization through tax reforms, de-risking investment so that we grow the tax base, and developing domestic capital markets, engaging more in innovative financing in areas of green bonds, diaspora bonds, among others, reforming the global financial architecture, which is presently is biased against the African countries in all ways, including higher interest rates, scaling up affordable and digital infrastructure, because we know now the infrastructure is linked with the financing systems and also many other systems like data and tracking, increasing the efforts to address tariff and non-tariff barriers as a way of increasing Africa's partnerships in trade, because it was noted that Africa has very limited trade at the global and also within Africa level. Within Africa, it is less than 30%, and yet trade attracts investments and promotes investments that will increase the effectiveness of economies within the countries in Africa. The weak alignment on human resource planning and national development, there was a recommendation that we leverage partnerships between the North and the South to South to train the required human resources, but also expanding public sector management training that should be specific to the management of the public sector. Those were gaps that have been identified through the main background papers. There are data challenges affecting the continent, and that need to be improved in data quality, strategies that range from collection of the data, management of the data, and the sharing of the data, that requires countries to develop protocols and standards and data protection so that the data can easily be shared and keep its integrity, putting in place real-time usage to increase the relevancy and timeliness of the data. On the issue of international trade investment and sustainable effectiveness, want to leverage existing trade networks, even as we create new ones and promote some of the existing ones. They need to be leveraged, they need to be strengthened. The Free Continental Trade Area for Africa and other existing economic partnership agreements and regional trading agreements. Relations within Africa and beyond should be strengthened, and then developing the infrastructure, transport, and ICT that is relevant for promoting trade within countries, and across the continents. Special attention should be given to agriculture to meet the required global standards. Africa, many countries still have to rely on agricultural trade, but the standards are quite low, so we need to leverage systems that will ensure African production and processing meets the global standards. There's generating the issue of generating studies and messages, stories of success, stories of innovation by leveraging existing communication channels that are available, comparing stories that can be told through the creative industry. It was mentioned that quite a lot of artists have a large following that can be leveraged to convey messages both to the communities, the leaders, and other decision makers. So the story of influencers in social media, in creative industry, in drama, in films, we need to weave these into the development agenda and do those partnerships across the different parts of the private sector. On gender inclusiveness partnerships, they are very fundamental and they should be strengthened for sustainable development and the integration of women and women networks all the way to the grassroots, have organizations that are better integrated into the global partnerships for development. We need more effective agreements and coordination systems among the women networks, community networks, youth networks, but also weave them into all the other existing networks so that they too can make a contribution, and we promote those systems of partnerships that should be woven into one strong network for development. Government should increase domestic resource mobilization and financing and allocation to education, environment, the areas where the women engage more for gender inclusiveness and gender effectiveness in development so that they can feel the sense and be able to participate in the development processes. Dealing with the regressive norms that prevent women freedoms and participation, including elimination of gender-based violence and patriarchal systems that continue to exclude women from being effective and able partners in the development processes. The sharing of knowledge as evidence for decision-making coming out of data, we need to increase and enhance data analytics, data sharing, and use it for building flexibility and adaptability for partnerships to be relevant to the development agenda that keeps changing and evolving. We need to prioritize South-to-South relations and cooperation in sharing data, in sharing experiences, and building the capacities. Ensuring relevancy and inclusion of communities as partners, not just as beneficiaries. Quite often in the development literature, communities are looked at as beneficiaries, but they're actually partners, and the partnership should leverage them because that's the only way we'll be able to reach the last mile and engage and understand their cultures on how best they can be tapped for meaningful development. Contribution of the NGOs should be considered and woven into the development processes as part of the last mile and community engagements. Madam Chairperson, the last two are on ownership of the processes. We should not just build processes and partnerships that are not owned by the communities. They need to be in, and ultimately, it was mentioned that the human rights should be anchored and should be used as the benchmark for all the problem-solving initiatives that we come up with. Until the human rights are rooted into the systems, the people will not fail the partnerships and their impacts and development results. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you so much. SDG 17, the rapporteur, can we please give it to them? Thank you. Can we have life below water? Yes. You're free to reach there or go there, whichever is comfortable for you. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Je suis Georges Mbaseko. Je suis
My
le
name is
chef
George
de
Mbaseko.
la division de l'économie bleue.
I am the head of the Blue Economy Division, African Union Commission.
La session qui a eu
I will give you a report on the session on SDG 14,
life below water.
known as Life Below Waters.
Life below waters est probablement une injustice et un paradoxe.
Life below waters is perhaps an injustice or a paradox given the major role played by the oceans and their ecosystems, the impact thereof on food security, trade, and wealth creation. Africa's progress in terms of SDG 14 is marked by some promising yet unequal strides. Progress in terms of SDG 14 are promising but unequal. There were major strides made in terms of marine protection and the protection thereof for sustainable economy. However, there are several challenges that endure due to a lack of coordination, the underfunding of the sector, and the underfunding of research in the field, especially, as well as fragmented policies. Among the various challenges affecting marine life, there's pollution, the loss of biodiversity, the lack of institutional capacities that continue to impede the resilience of marine ecosystems. Continental seas and are continuously facing challenges due to population boom. Inclusive governance, regional corporations that will be strengthened, and significant funding in terms of research, education, and local leadership targeting the youth and women is essential in order to unlock the full potential of the blue economy and achieve the objective number 14. Among the key messages, the first, strengthening synergies, whether it be at the regional or local level for a large-scale impact. And this involves adopting strategies that have already been set up at the level of the African Union Commission, the African Strategy on Blue Economy, for instance, the integrated maritime strategy for the year 2050 established by the African Union Commission and the strategy for governing oceans, which is currently being drafted. By strengthening regional collaboration and integrating local initiatives, we will no doubt be able to align all national domestic initiatives in order to best leverage this potential at our disposal. This will enable us to develop while respecting nature. We'll be reconciling economic growth, job creation, and ecosystem regeneration. Second point, mobilizing blue funding, innovative funding, in order to unlock the full potential of Africa's blue economy and the related value chains. This requires that we have better access to innovative funding such as debt swap, climate funding, and the diaspora investment. The point on the diaspora investment is important because oftentimes in our policies, we leave that out. We forget that we have part of our people able to provide not only some funds, but also technical and intellectual skills. As part of funding, we need to take into account small island states and marginalized coastal communities, institutional strengthening and policy establishment. Through that, we need to establish multi-sectorial collaboration and have robust institutional frameworks. In some countries, some governments have already committed to establishing blue economy ministries or departments, and this highlights the relevance and the strategic vision for this key sector. Fourth point, investing in knowledge, science, and the protection of our marine ecosystems. For so doing, there is need for greater investment in research, science infrastructure, and infrastructure for the restoration of marine and freshwater ecosystems. This involves appreciating the natural capital, the scientific community, and the involvement of the academics. Next point, equity. Taking into account the needs of the youth and the local voices as part of our governance endeavors. This entails that when managing aquatic ecosystems, we need to present to the leadership the right and the perspectives of the youth, the women, and the coastal communities. It's important to lift any barriers to access, lift any obstacle to access, whether it be to funding or to decision making, in order to ensure the dignity and the intergenerational transmission and the sustainability of all our efforts in the long run. The final point touches on the engagement of the private sector in relation to the AFCFTA. Another point speaks to enhancing knowledge on blue economy and the monitoring and reporting system pertaining to the development of blue economy related issues. Another point touches on factoring in our traditional know-how in the management of our natural resources. And the final point involves developing or echoing the African voice in international forums, we need to have a common vision and position. Beyond that, we need to establish mechanisms that enable us to negotiate together our trade or development contracts. We need to negotiate such in an integrated manner, taking common positions or echoing common positions that would have been agreed upon beforehand. Madam Chair, these are the points that I can report when it comes to ODG 14 on life in the marine world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. SDG 14, life below water. Can we clap for them again? Thank you. Can we have now SDG 3, rapporteur on the sub-theme of good health and well-being? Please, 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I stand on existing protocols. My name is Jane Karonga. I work for United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. My task here is to report on the discussions from SDG 3, good health and well-being, and some of the key recommendations and the outcomes from that panel session. Our session noted that health is recognized as a key aspect of social and economic development in Africa, and countries are increasing investment in actions and reforms to improve health outcomes and accelerate progress towards meeting Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063 aspirations. Our session also noted that, however, there is the high burden of healthcare expenditure preludes the poor from access to quality healthcare services. Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda Goals 3, assures healthy lives and promotes well-being for all. The recurring outbreaks places a significant strain on healthcare financing in Africa, leading to inadequate allocation of resources within an already overburdened healthcare system and raising cost of out-of-pocket health expenses on our continent. We also noted that addressing the challenges in order to attain the SDG 3 targets, which can be turned into opportunities in Africa healthcare sector, demands a multifaceted approach. First and foremost, the African government and all stakeholders must prioritize an investment in healthcare infrastructure, including the construction and modernization of hospitals, clinics, healthcare facilities. This will not only improve access to quality care, but also create employment opportunities and stimulate inclusive growth. Madam Chair, we also noted some of the challenges in attaining the SDG 3, which includes inadequate health financing, especially sustainable domestic funding, which has been, of course, enhanced by the global geopolitical situations, among others. Another challenge as well is insufficient investment in primary health care, especially community-based care, as a key component of universal health coverage. Another emerging challenge, not emerging rather, but another challenge is also public health emergencies, disease outbreak, and some due to climate-related changes, as well as economic shocks, conflict-related humanitarian crisis, and rising impacts of climate change have eroded health gains and exposed systematic weakness in primary healthcare system across the continent. Several countries are hosting large numbers of internally displaced persons and refugees, putting pressure on already overburdened health systems. Additionally, we are still, of course, recovering from the lingering effects of impact of COVID-19, which deepen vulnerabilities to future health crises. Madam Chair, also this in our session, we also noted that there's also a lack of holistic approach to health that is cognizant of the direct drivers and socio-economic determinants that lead to poor health outcomes for children, families, and the rest of the populations. Some of the key recommendations and key outcomes from our SDG panel session 3 include invest in primary health care as a key component of universal health coverage. This includes investment in community health workers, strengthening community-based primary health care systems that are resilient to climate shocks, with community engagement, as well as trained and motivated community health workers. This holistic approach to health will deliver results. Another recommendation also is we need to focus on communities based on primary health care will help to leapfrog towards the SDG 3 goals. A third recommendation spoke to the sustainable domestic financing. Our session noted that with the global socio-economic situation, governments will need to rethink and ensure domestic funding with improved operational and allocative efficiencies, including attaining the Abuja Declaration of 15% of GDP. Resources must be, member states must do the needful in that respect and commit to those resources, which is critical. We also noted that we need to prevent, prepare, and respond to public health emergencies. That includes strengthening immunization programs, targeting zero-dose children, and improving coverage. We also need to invest in long-term investment through WASH solutions for sustainable impact, as well as enhancing early warnings system for quick detection and response to emergencies, emerging health threat. We also need to build resilient primary healthcare systems for effective responses and ensure adequate flexible funding for preparedness and rapid response. Madam Chair, another recommendation that emanated from our panel session is to strengthen and utilize data, including innovation, digital health solutions, and AI, notably gather data in age, geography, sex, to ensure more sophisticated and data-led health interventions that will reduce and eliminate vertical of course, learning from the experience of HIV lessons, which help to reduce and eliminate vertical transmission in HIV cases. We also discussed and recommended, partnership. We noted that private government in partnership, including leveraging continental expertise, as well as South-South collaboration, is essential to address some of these challenges in the healthcare if we need to attain the Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. That includes exchanging of best practice, including from middle-income countries, increase local production capacities, focusing and building on existing frameworks like the African Continental Free Trade Area and the African Medicine Agencies, as well as ensuring that we have one plan, one budget, one monitoring framework within the framework of the Lusaka agenda with government as the leaders. That was mainly basically on partnership to ensure that as partners support the government, we need to make sure that the government are leading and we align with the government priorities. Especially if we need to ensure that in these limited resources and in bringing efficiencies among others. Another recommendation was to invest on local production. I've already stated on this one, for medical suppliers and vaccines, and provide an enabling environment for the private sector to fill in the gap, leveraging again on the African Continental Free Trade Area. Here we noted that the government and public sector cannot do it by itself. The private sector must come in to fill in the gap. Another element which was emphasized as well was to facilitate and involve academia in research and designing of healthcare interventions to ensure that there is evidence-based policy making within the health sector. And finally, Madam Chair, is we also recommended focus on digital health solution, including artificial intelligence, as we know that this can bridge the gaps in delivery of healthcare, enhance access to quality medicines. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rapporteur, for well-being SDG 3, well-being, good health and well-being. Can we clap for her? So members, I want to thank the rapporteurs, I want to thank the chairpersons, I want to thank the members of the different groups for the substantive deliberations and key messages presented. Can we clap for ourselves? I want to apologize, we gave you little time, yet we gave you a lot of work. You had so many ideas to share with us and to put on paper, but the time we allocated was not enough. But time is also not our best ally. So I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to introduce the people who have presented what the groups have been able to do, our rapporteurs. I want to begin with Ms. Jane Kerunga from Economic Commission for Africa, was the rapporteur for SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being. Can you stand up? People have to see you. I have to teach some of them to be politicians. You wave very high like this so that people can see you. Then we have Ms. Nakafero Angela for SDG 8, Gender Equality, and is the Commissioner for Gender in the Ministry of Gender in Uganda. Please wave again. They didn't, I also want to introduce Oyebanke Abejirin, is the officer in charge of development planning section in UNECA. She's the rapporteur for SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Then we have Mr. George Ba Aseko, is the one for SDG 14, life below water. Then we have Dr. Mhumza Fred, is the rapporteur for SDG 17 partnerships and is a lecturer in Makerere University Business School. At this time, I want to invite you delegates to provide suggestions for any improvements in the key messages, but also I request you be brief and direct because it's not another presentation, so that we beef up our suggestions, our declaration, which we'll have to discuss tomorrow because we are in different groups. So I want to request participants, let's be brief. Yes, please, I may not be able to see the face or see the name, but if I describe the color of your dress, please accept it. Can I have somebody there in a jacket? Get near the microphone. The lady carrying the placard. Yes. Then somebody the other side. Ma'am, you are looking the other side, but the one I'm talking to with the red scarf in the neck. Red scarf in the neck. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Can I come this side too? Thank you very much. Wait, let's get numbers. You are number 1. Then this one is number 2. Then behind you, that is number 3. Then I have here number 4, the lady in black. Then the man in a black coat. Next number, lady in front here. Next number. Those are enough. But be brief, please. Can I begin with ma'am of the jacket? Thank you very much. Okay, you can begin, ma'am. With the red scarf in the neck. Can you begin? African woman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really a comment and a suggestion as you requested. I think that gender is a cross-cutting issue, and I may suggest that the suggestion that came from, for example, life below water and partnership and all the work that was done earlier within the major group and other stakeholders, where we have also suggested some key messages be included or taken into account to make sure that the gender recommendation really reflects the multi-sectoral aspect of the gender concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have next?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Wade Jeremiah. I'm a member of East Africa Legislative Assembly coming from South Sudan. I just want to add some on the SDG. I think SDG 3, the Madam spoke about the health and wellness, and she mentioned that we have to invest on our local production, like especially vaccine. Nowadays, we have malaria vaccine, and I know that we have a lot of hubs. We have hubs in South Sudan. There is one in Congo, which can treat malaria. So I just want to add that we have to involve academia and researchers, because as coming from East Africa community, we have the Health Commission in Burundi and the Science and Technology Commission in Rwanda, which are not really utilized. So I just wanted us to add the aspect of research in that recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. She's saying we added the aspect of research into our local hubs. Yes. Next, that was the third one. No, somebody there with a jacket, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Warren Jai. I am Senegalese. I'm based in Senegal. And I'm the Senior Global Advocacy Advisor for Site Savers. And I would like to speak on behalf of people with disability. We've heard and participated in most of the meetings and even had a meeting this afternoon among ourselves. And people with disability would love it and very much appreciate it if you would not include them in the gender, if you would not include them in the women. We would specifically want to have people with disability and their representative organizations, if not just people with disability, to make sure that their concerns are taken into account into all the SDGs, especially when we're talking about transportation, facilitating access and all is absolutely important to be taken into consideration for people with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We've taken note. Secretariat, even where we've been in meetings, people have complained that we didn't include people with disabilities in these panels. They said we brought some, for the panelists, we brought few women, we brought few youth, and yet those are the majority. And now they also added on that we never brought people with disabilities also to be part of the panelists. We take note, please. So, but her point was about having people with disabilities in decision making and implementation, if I got her clear. Next. This side, please. This side.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is also a concern that if we're looking at Africa, and the young people have also raised the issue of youth, what we're talking about is generally the women and then the girls, even when we talk about the job creation and what, nothing is coming out directly on the bigger part because Africa is a youthful population. So we've actually forgotten when we talk about, if we're looking at the magnitude and the number. So I think the language around youth need to come out clearly in the key messages, especially when we're also talking about the Act for the Future and the ECOSOC Summit. So I think we need that representation across all the SDGs and the role as well as inclusion in terms of the participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've taken note. Please, next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Raymond Ryoka from Africa Climate and Health Alliance. I'm Ugandan. Contribution to SDG 3 on good health. Our view is that we need to focus also on strengthening the health system in the face of pandemics. So the issue of pandemic readiness and also ensuring that we are resilient to climate shocks. Health in Africa has been affected by flooding and other pandemics. So it is imperative to integrate climate resilience and pandemic readiness by strengthening the system of Africa. Otherwise, we are going to have more pandemics even to ready for it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. Issues of getting the tests from the lower communities or health centers to the hub for testing, surveillance, and managing emergencies. Take note. Please, next, in front here.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shakira Nawakoza of UNFPA, Uganda. And through you, Chair, I want to agree with all the recommendations. However, I would like to bring to the notice to the congregation that we have just concluded the Global Summit in Berlin, in Germany. And the Global Summit agreed that 15% of all the funding should go for disability inclusion to implement SDG 17. Madam Chair, I would recommend that this recommendation be taken on by Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have the microphone to the lady in brown? Then we come to the man in blue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. My name is Grace Namataka, and I represent the African Women's Major Group. One of the recommendations that I feel are very important is the review of SDG 5 every year, because we've often taken it as an independent goal, yet it is a very critical goal for the achievement of the rest of the goals. The second one, we've not talked about laws and policies when it comes to Goal 5 and eliminating the harmful and discriminatory laws and policies that we have in different member states. So I feel like that is very critical for the realization of Goal 5. The last one is to encourage full domestication of the Maputo Protocol. We laud the Maputo Protocol as one of the most progressive regional human rights instruments, but also the one that speaks mostly to women in Africa. So that would be a call to African states, because some have ratified it and domesticated it, but they've placed reservations on some of the clauses. Thank you.
We take note. Can we have the one in the blue shirt, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dennis Sanga. I'm a researcher from Uganda Virus Research Institute. I was happy to take note of the discussion around engagement of academia in policy making. That was a good one. And I just wanted to add on that if we are to achieve SDG 3, there's the need to use science communication. Because most of this research has been done and most of it stays in the shelves or in the publications, but it doesn't come down to community. But if we use science communication, we'll be able to break down the results and further achieve these SDG targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have the lady here with the braids to have the microphone? Please come this way. She's direct here in front of me. Give her the microphone. Then after that, we shall run to Tanzania.
Merci. Je m'appelle Chantal Nyonguru du Burundi. Juste, je voulais contribuer un peu.
I'm from Burundi. I'd like to contribute to support women, young girls in their development. You must begin at the beginning. Why? You must, first of all, begin by inviting and setting all the countries, the African countries who signed the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, to revisit their national legislation, but also to remove all the discriminations towards women. And this will help women and girls to drive advantage from their legislation and thus develop. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to add, my name is Zena from Zanzibar, I'm the Chief Secretary. I wanted to add on SDG number 3, among the things we discussed, for the role of nutrition. We have to have a discussion across all walks of life about the importance of nutrition in health and well-being. And this is not the role of the government only, but everybody should know what are the proper nutrition, and the food choices should focus on that, so that we build on the health for our people. And of course, the government can also add up on the school feeding program and all that. The second one, the last one, is to add on the mental health issues have been on the rise, especially on the youth. And there was a suggestion that maybe the higher institutions should be among the areas where there could be screening, and then a way to counsel them, to help them to have a proper mindset, because these are the youth who are going to be our leaders. So we have to really take care of their mental health. Those are the contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. The SDGs, please take. Can I have the young girl at the back there? Young lady, yes. Then can you bring for this one here? Please go on, young lady.
Camilla, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm from the Oxford Martin School, a research institute at the University of Oxford. I'm a macroeconomist. I wanted to contribute to SDG 8. 3 key points. One, there was one recommendation on promoting pro-employment macroeconomic policies. I just wanted to beef that up with anchoring job creation in policy making through strengthening some of the data that tracks labor outcomes and focusing on job-rich growth. Only for every 1% GDP generated in Africa, only 0.4 jobs are created. So I think it's important to have job creation at the center of macroeconomic policies. The second one is to focus on attracting local venture capital market to be able to fund some of the innovative ideas that are considered high credit risk at the local level. And thirdly is to consider looking at how to create a labor market information system or a labor market framework to really understand some of the key labor-intensive sectors in order to focus some of the policy making and financing towards those sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have, yes, please.
Okay. My name is Abel Bizimana. I'm the district chairperson of Kisoro District Local Government and a student at School of Public Health, Makerere, doing PhD in Public Health. My concern is silence on forest people and other minority ethnic groups, where may have the Batwa or the Pygmies in Southwestern region. And I believe we have some elsewhere in Africa who are still in the forest or outside forest, but their intersectionality of status makes them not having adequate level of competition for even those services that are offered by government. I wish them to be part of the sustainable development goals so that there's nobody left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Serving the farthest first, leaving nobody behind. He's informing us that with their groups we have left behind, some minority groups. They'll be incorporated. Can I have the last one? There is a lady, wait, there is a lady here in black. Please, gentlemen, the microphone, then also give this lady this side. And I think this time we'll a bigger share on the contributions this evening. Please be brief. Switch on. Please switch on.
Major group. So my submission is around women's political participation in this year and also in the coming years as we close down the SDGs agenda. So many countries are going into elections. And we see a lot of violence against women in politics that is emerging and has been at a very big prevalence. So how are we protecting women in the political space and ensuring that the barriers that hinder women in that area are addressed? Then secondly, it's about...
That is SDG 5?
Yes, SDG 5. But also equally to speak about the SRHR for women and girls in Africa.
What is SRHR? What is it? No, I want her to
sexual
say it
rights
in
and
full.
reproductive sexual health and reproductive rights to ensure that the inclusion is not discriminatory and the language that we use is also not discriminatory so that no one is left behind in the financing, in the budgeting, but also in the benefiting the services. Thank you.
There were all those were suggestions, so we have gotten now only 2 questions that go to Miss Nakafero Angela. You respond after the next one, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
And you are the last one.
Oh,
so be brief.
Very brief, actually, just one. Thank you very much for those contributions. I'm Wamboi Kimani. I'm also from the African Women Major Group. I think one of the things that I haven't had us talk about is the fight around corruption. So African member states should step up that fight. We've seen how corruption continues to get money away from development. So I think it's important for African governments to be able to recognize and address the gender impact of corruption, which really, when you think about it, it often manifests as discriminatory corruption and sexual corruption, which, when we have that in place, it further exacerbated some of the inequalities and oppression of women. Thank you very much. Brief as you
Even there is also sex corruption. But I've heard that today. I've never heard of sex corruption. I've heard it today. So can I request Ms. Nakafero Angela to respond, because the rest were contributions adding to more of the messages for the different SDGs, the 5 SDGs. Nakafero.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I would like to thank everybody who has contributed to the discussion. The first question on gender being a cross-cutting issue, we totally agree with the person who made that recommendation. And if you are in the room, you would have listened into some of the issues and proposals we put across for the rest of the 4 SDGs, in addition to the SDG 5 on gender equality and women's empowerment. Then the last one regarding violence during elections, political related violence. Madam Chairperson, we are taking on violence, prevention of gender-based violence in all its forms. And of course, once we go into unpacking violence in all its forms, electoral-related violence is also included. Honorable Chair, I submit.
Violence is bad and should not even take whether the gender dimension or domestic dimension or physical or psychological. Violence is bad. Let's have it incorporated. With all this clarification and inputs, members, I would want to take this opportunity to thank the presenters, the chairpersons, the delegates for the rich discussion and good messages we've had today and the good day. So we are closing today, going home, going to our rooms, that we have been able to achieve today. Let's clap for ourselves. So we come to the end of official business today of our forum, and we shall resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. Good evening. Good night. Splendid. Oh, I'd forgotten that I have the secretary that has to make announcements. So please come and make announcements, Mr. Nassim. Please, thank you so much. Thank you for all the efforts. Together we can achieve. Let's leave nobody behind as our power slogan, and let's serve the farthest first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And just a quick announcement, as we will start indeed tomorrow at 9 a.m., but you received either by email or you find on near your chair or table this evaluation form. So you can, of course, scan this QR code, and then you can proceed with the evaluation of the forum. So we highly appreciate to read your views and also we will, after that, analyze this and share with all the participants, either on the website, but also through the platform Endico. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
So members, cheers, shalom, good night.